Chapter 471. As for Zhang Yan's visit, she didn't take it to heart. Although he still had some doubts about Zhang Yan's performance today, if he were to secretly follow him and find out what Zhang Yan was up to through tracking, monitoring, eavesdropping, and other means, wouldn't that be giving Zhang Yan too much credit? She wasn't that bored. After all, no matter how shrewd Zhang Yan was, for the current Zhang Yan was just an ant that needed a little effort to crush. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. The difference between a high-level cultivator and a middle-level cultivator was vividly displayed here. The two couldn't be described in the same sentence. If it were to be described in the words of a scientist, then Shi and Zhang Yan were obviously not living in the same dimension. The essence of cultivation was evolution. Through continuous cultivation, even the weakest mortal might have a day where he could grasp the sun, moon, and stars. Back to Shi's side. When he returned to the courtyard with big and small bags, an extremely strong true essence fluctuation suddenly came from the courtyard. Shi looked up. Wasn't it his sister-in-law who was driving Xingcha back? Qin Xueqing's injuries had already healed. Following her recovery, Chenghua and Yi also ushered in the darkest period of their lives. His sister-in-law was very stubborn. She clearly had a perfect cultivation method, but she just didn't use it. Instead, she only cared about exploring and studying it every day, hoping to use her own strength to open up a path of martial arts that belonged to her. This was a brand new path. At the same time, it was also a bumpy road full of thorns. Therefore, Qin Xueqing, in addition to constantly cultivating and accumulating true essence every day, also needed to test the results of her cultivation through a lot of actual combat. As for the actual combat opponents, weren't they the two brats who had been down on their luck for 8 lifetimes? The four-way courtyard couldn't be used, so the sister-in-law would take the two brats out on a Xingcha every day. Once they arrived at a remote and inaccessible place, she would have a good spar with them. Of course, rather than calling it a spar, it would be more accurate to call it a one-sided trampling. It should be known that Chenghua and Yi's Sumeru mustard seed bags had already been confiscated by Shi. Without the help of their magic treasures, how could the two of them be a match for Qin Xueqing by relying only on the 5 elements magic and some superficial martial arts? Shi was a little worried before. He was afraid that his sister-in-law would be held hostage by the two of them, so he secretly followed them to observe. Who would have thought? The moment the sister-in-law came up, she started a series of smooth close-range combat, beating the two of them on the spot until they cried for their parents. It wasn't that Chenghua and Yi hadn't planned to escape, but once they thought about the fact that behind Qin Xueqing stood a supreme martial artist like Shi, the two of them suddenly felt that their legs couldn't exert any strength. They couldn't beat her and they couldn't run. What else could they do? They could only be beaten up every day. Fortunately, the two of them were young, strong, and had good foundations. Otherwise, wouldn't they have been torn apart by Qin Xueqing? The cloud-piercing shuttle stopped right above the courtyard. For this reason, Shi had specially set up a large-scale concealment array. After getting off the shuttle, Qin Xueqing went straight to the east wing. After that, Chenghua and Yi were like seriously ill patients. After helping each other off the shuttle, the two of them obediently walked to the rear wing. The main entrance of the courtyard was one gate, and the Chuehua gate was the second gate. As captives, the two of them naturally didn't have the right to step into the Chuehua gate. Now that they were able to stay in the rear wing, it was already considered a favor from Shi. "Hey, the two of you, come over here for a moment." Shi was sorting through the packages in the courtyard. When he saw Chenghua and Yi return, he immediately called out to them. Chenghua had just been beaten up, so he was naturally in a bad mood. Thus, he pretended not to hear him and walked to the rear wing. Seeing this, Yi grabbed Chenghua and quickly squeezed out a smile. He turned around and replied, "Mr. Chen, what can I do for you?" After spending some time together, Yi had a better understanding of Shi's temperament. It was different from what he had imagined. Shi usually didn't put on any airs. If he hadn't seen Shi's ability before, Yi wouldn't have believed it at all. The man in front of him who was busy taking care of the children and cooking all day was actually a supreme martial artist. What made Yi feel even more strange was, The supreme martial artist had always been elusive in the supreme palace enclosure, and was comparable to a mythical existence. However, in this strange family, Chun Shi was the easiest to talk to. He was as amiable as the uncle next door, without any dignity or airs. Otherwise, how could Chun Shi tolerate Cheng Hua's attitude in front of him? After the two of them walked to the center of the courtyard with their heads lowered, Chun Shi said to them, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you know about New Year's Eve? It's a day for the family to reunite here. It only happens once a year." Yi Ji didn't understand the customs of Wuxia, so he naturally didn't understand what Chun Shi meant. Thus, he asked carefully, "Please forgive me for being slow-witted. What do you mean by this? According to our customs here, no matter what you do outside on New Year's Eve, you should go home for the new year." Hearing that, Yi Ji couldn't help but be delighted. He hesitated for a moment before suppressing the excitement in his heart and asked with a nervous expression, "Sir, are you letting us go home? Go home?" Chun Shi looked at Yi Ji in surprise. He couldn't help but wonder if this child had been beaten silly by Qin Xueqing. How is that possible? Even if I agree, Xingqing won't agree. Don't think about going home. Just stay here and practice martial arts with Xingqing. It's good for both of you anyway. At this point, Chun Shi seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but rub his chin and began to wonder if his way of treating the captives was too friendly. Why did it feel like he was educating someone else's child? Forget it. It's rare that we're here for the new year. I'll let both of you enjoy the festivities. I'll go and talk to Xingqing later. She won't beat you for the next 2 days. Both of you can stay at home and have fun with Nian. Just treat it as a holiday so that she won't hurt you. After that, Chun Shi waved his hand, indicating that the two of them could return to the house. The two of them came in confusion and left in confusion. However, before they stepped out of the Chuehua gate, Chun Shi's voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, right. Both of you should come for dinner tonight. It's a reunion dinner. The more the merrier." At this moment, Yi Ji was stunned. Cheng Hua was also stunned. The two of them felt like they had misheard. After looking at each other, they couldn't help but turn to look at Chun Shi. Chun Shi noticed their strange behavior, so he put down the bag in his hand and looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. The two of them looked at each other across the yard. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Then Yi Ji acted like a thief who was caught. He pulled Cheng Hua and hurriedly ran back to the back of the house. After the two of them closed the door and set up an almost useless soundproof restriction, Yi Ji said with a complicated expression, "Cheng Hua, I miss home." "Me too. Do you want to go back?" After hearing Yi Ji's question, Cheng Hua suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he finally replied in a muffled voice, "It's fine if I don't go back." Hearing this, Yi Ji was not surprised. He laid on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze, as if he was thinking about something. "I suddenly feel, even if I'm a prisoner here, it seems like a good choice. I'm afraid that if there are too many blessings tomorrow, you won't care about my greetings. I'm afraid that the firecrackers on the first day will be too noisy, you won't hear my blessings. I'm afraid that the dishes on the second day will be too fragrant, you won't see my messages. Therefore, I chose to send you my blessings today. I wish you a happy new year and all the best. I also wish your family's happiness, health, and wealth. Shi Chuanbai is here. I wish you all an early new year. Moi. 3. Chapter 472. February 4th, New Year's Eve. This day was always the busiest day in the courtyard. This was Nian's third New Year's Eve in the courtyard. Although last year's New Year's Eve was also very lively, without Chun Shi and Qin Ruoying, the house always felt like something was missing. So at that time, the little fellow's heart was inevitably a little empty and chatty. But fortunately, those were all in the past. This year's courtyard was much livelier than the year before. Early in the morning, the little fellow twisted the two brats and insisted that they play hide and seek with her in the courtyard. As a result, the two 16 or 17-year-old youths carefully followed behind the 6-year-old child, afraid that she would accidentally fall. Cheng Hua and Yi Ji now understood. wasn't the one with the highest status in this family the little fellow who looked like a porcelain doll in front of them? Since she was the daughter of the Supreme Being, then when she grew up, wouldn't she be an existence comparable to the divine sons and saintesses? The only thing that made the two of them feel a little strange was that Nian didn't have any signs of spiritual energy fluctuations on her body. If it weren't for the fact that she had several extraordinary treasures on her, perhaps the two of them might even have the idea of holding her hostage because of this. Other people's children tempered their bodies at the age of 1 and built their foundation at the age of 3. However, when it came to Nian was still like an ordinary child at the age of 6. He couldn't see anything different about her at all. Regarding this, Hua and Ji could only sigh silently in their hearts. The way the Supreme Being educated children was indeed not something that ordinary people like them could guess. New Year's Eve. It was nothing more than a reunion dinner, fireworks, and watching the Spring Festival Gala. Year after year, there really wasn't anything new to play with, so there was no need to go into detail here. The only thing worth noting was, perhaps it was because Nian was too young, so it was indeed difficult for her to get the excitement of the Spring Festival Gala. Therefore, after sitting for a short while, the little thing began to wander around the room, scratching its itch. Hua and Ji had never watched TV before. Therefore, from the moment the Spring Festival Gala started broadcasting, the two of them never looked away from the television. The more the others watched, the more bored Nian was to watch by the side. Thus, after the little thing rolled her big eyes around, she moved closer to Chen Shi and said coquettishly, "Daddy, I want to watch a movie?" As soon as she finished speaking, she pursed her lips and deliberately put on an aggrieved look. Movie? Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the Spring Festival Gala skit that was playing on the TV, and then looked down at the little fellow who was looking forward to it. He thought she wanted to watch cartoons, so he picked up the remote control and asked, "What do you want to watch? Daddy will give you some." However, after the little guy heard his words, he quickly shook his head and muttered unhappily, "I don't want to watch it at home. I want to go to the cinema. Let's watch a big movie." Some time ago, White Snake left a deep impression on the little fellow. He did not expect her to be addicted to watching movies because of it. Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone has gone home for the new year. I don't know if the cinema is open for business. She would never refuse the little fellow's request. Therefore, after pinching the little fellow's nose, he smiled and took out his phone to check it out. According to his understanding, at this time, not to mention the cinema, even the barbecue stall would have to go home for the new year. However, what she did not expect was, it was the new year and the cinema was still open. Wandering Earth? She looked at the movie schedule and found that many cinemas only had this one movie schedule. He handed the phone to the little fellow and let her decide whether she wanted to watch it or not. "Let's watch this. I want to watch Earth." The little fellow was not shy. After seeing the Earth on the movie poster, she immediately twisted She excitedly and shouted loudly, "Okay, let's watch this then." As he spoke, She gently patted the little fellow. This was an exclusive secret signal between the father and daughter. After all, in this family, the father did not have the final say. It was the mother's approval that counted. After the little fellow received the order, she immediately went to Qin Ruoying's side and then began to act coquettishly with her. "Mom, I want to watch a movie. Take me to the movie." "Okay." "Okay." In this regard, Qin Ruoying agreed very quickly. Almost without hesitation, she nodded gently. After receiving the official's approval, the family of 3 set off in the middle of the night. Naturally, Hua and Ji accompanied them. Of course, the two of them were not really curious about the movie. The reason why they followed Shi out in a panic was purely to avoid sitting under the same roof as Qin Shueching. It could be seen that the two of them were traumatized by their sister-in-law. There was not a single soul on the streets, but the movie theater was full of people and was very lively. The audience had great expectations for Wandering Planet, which was known as the sci-fi masterpiece of Wuxia. It had to be said that the Wuxia audience's tolerance was indeed very high. No matter how bad the movie was, as long as a few celebrities were involved, they could earn back the box office no matter what. The audience had long been scared of being deceived, so when they bought tickets, they were a little nervous. They were afraid that they would accidentally fall into the trap of a trashy director. Fortunately, it was not a scam this time. It was finally worth the ticket price. Didn't Changhua and Yiji just pass by Jupiter a while ago? Therefore, when the two of them saw the realistic and spectacular special effects on the big screen, they were immediately shocked by everything in front of them. Yiji, is this the entertainment method of a low-level technological civilization? It seems to be very different from what we imagined. Well, it seems that a low-level technological civilization is not without merit. Even if there is no supreme existence like Mr. Chen, with the accumulation of their own civilization, they would probably be able to control the entire Tianshu ruins within 1,000 years. While watching the movie, the two of them secretly communicated with their divine senses. It was only at this time that the two of them could speak freely and say what they were thinking. The two of them only thought that they could use a secret technique to block Chen-Shi's perception, but they did not think that, since they could use a secret technique to block Chen-Shi's perception, how could Chen-Shi not use a secret technique to eavesdrop on their conversation? Supreme Palace Enclosure. Unlike Earth, the Supreme Palace Enclosure was not spherical. Instead, it was a continental plate floating in the universe. At the end of the land was the universe. This was the so-called square sky and square Earth. In addition, an existence similar to the Supreme Palace Enclosure was actually very common in the universe. When Chen-Shi was in the Heavenly Jade Realm, he had once been in charge of a sacred cultivation ground similar to the Supreme Palace Enclosure. That was why he was given the title of Divine Lord. Divine Lord Chen-Shi was the actual ruler of this sacred ground. Therefore, sometimes one only needed to directly judge the level of a sacred ground based on the ruler's title. Sacred cultivation grounds were also divided into good and bad. Among them, the best was naturally a mother planet like the Heavenly Jade Realm that could continuously produce spirit chi of heaven and earth. A little lower was the current Earth, which was the Tianshu ruins that Changhua and Yiji spoke of. Next was the Supreme Palace Enclosure. Just like the Great World, the Supreme Palace Enclosure itself was not a planet. Therefore, no matter how prosperous it was now, it would inevitably fall into desolation one day, just like Earth when its spirit chi was exhausted. The day the spirit chi was exhausted was the moment the Supreme Palace Enclosure welcomed the arrival of Doomsday, of course. This process of exhaustion usually took tens of thousands of years, so there was no need to worry too early. The reason was very simple. After all, no matter how long cultivators lived, how many of them could successfully live for tens of thousands of years? Yesterday was the reunion year, today was the reunion year, and the day after tomorrow was the reunion year. Originally, he wanted to relax for the next few days, but after thinking about it, he still felt that he should not stop updating. So he forced himself to get up and continue writing. In short, I wish everyone a happy new year. Remember to use the tickets if you have them. Monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, rewards. I will not reject any of them. I have never asked for these things. After all, with my current results, even if you vote for me, I won't be able to get on the list. However, it's the new year, so the data should look better, right? It's just for the sake of celebration. Thank you in advance. Big shots. Moi. 3. Oh, right. Wandering Earth is really not bad. There are flaws, but it's still acceptable. After all, this is just the beginning. I used to write science fiction and have always liked watching science fiction movies. So I'm very happy that China can produce such a science fiction movie. If you encounter a troll during the movie who keeps picking on you and saying things that are unscientific and unreasonable to disgust you, then please respond to him decisively. Autobots transform. Do you believe that I, Thanos, will destroy you with a snap of my fingers? Chapter 473. The movie was pretty good. At least the little girl didn't fall asleep. After watching the movie, she even excitedly twisted around Chen-Shi and said, "Daddy, space is so beautiful. When are you going to bring me to pick the stars?" In response, Chen-Shi didn't just brush her off. Instead, he told her seriously, when she turned 18, he would definitely fulfill his promise and bring her to pick the stars and the moon in space. Daddy is the best. Could this promise be fulfilled? For the little girl, this wasn't important at all. In reality, she just wanted to hear her father make a promise to her seriously. Every time this happened, her face would naturally reveal a pure smile that could melt a person's heart. She was happy because her father agreed to her request. The little girl was extremely happy, but Chunghua and Yi were like mute people who had eaten Chinese medicine. They felt bitter and frustrated. After all, a good cloud-piercing shuttle was stolen just like that. Anyone would be depressed, right? This movie was 2 hours long. So when Chun Shi and his family left the theater, it was already 2 in the morning. February 5th, early morning. A new year had quietly arrived. The little girl yawned and then laid on Chun Shi's shoulder like a koala bear. She soon fell asleep. Hearing the sound of steady breathing, Chun Shi couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. The wind on the street was very light. It was as if everything was silent. Shangjing, known as the city that never sleeps, finally quieted down. Only the roar of cars could be heard from time to time, telling the passers-by about the city's past glory. This New Year's Eve was still considered perfect and happy. At the beginning of the new year, everything was renewed. After the bustling new year, the little girl started her school life again. Once the child went to school, the parents naturally had more free time. Chun Shi originally planned to go back to his old business, but without a capable manager like Xiao Yuan, he didn't want to waste time and effort running the tea house, so he just closed it. Now, other than sending Yen to and from school every day, Chun Shi didn't have a reason to go out anymore. Therefore, he stayed at home all day thinking about how to win over his wife. Although he said he was trying to win over her, he was actually strolling around with Qin Ruoying every day. Today, they strolled from the west gate to the east gate. Tomorrow, they strolled from the south gate to the north gate. They really went through every nook and cranny of Shangjing. During this time, it wasn't that Chun Shi didn't think about how to retrieve Ying Ying's memories. But the soul mirror was like a dead phone. No matter what Chun Shi did, she couldn't activate it. Chun Shi had no choice but to make a trip to Saturn's ring and conduct a friendly interview with heavenly venerable Yu Huan. Although Tiandu had lost its hometown, it still retained most of its high-end combat power. Therefore, Yuan Tianzuan tried to use the secret of the soul mirror as an exchange in exchange for better treatment as a captive. One had to know that Saturn didn't have abundant heaven and earth spirit qi. If they were trapped here for a long time, even Yuan Tianzuan would end up like a lamp that had run out of oil, let alone a divine general with a lower cultivation. Yuan Tianzuan thought that his request wasn't excessive at all, but he didn't expect. He had just made the request, but Chun Shi had flatly refused. Her attitude was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. Impossible. Don't mention this again. As long as I'm here, you'll never be able to return to Earth. Because of this, Yuan Tianzuan's face alternated between green and white. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Chun Shi, he would have already turned hostile and rushed up. Fortunately, Chun Shi was not a homicidal maniac who treated human lives as worthless. Therefore, before Heavenly Venerate Yuhuan could do anything in his desperation, Chun Shi had directly proposed the solution that he had thought of previously. Don't think about Earth. The moon is a good place. You know the moon? It's the moon in the sky. Before I came, I already confirmed that as long as there is a spirit chi tide on Earth, a part of the spirit chi will surge to the moon. Although it's not much, it's enough to maintain your daily cultivation. Yuan Tianzuan was naturally very dissatisfied with Chun Shi's arrangement. But, so what if he was dissatisfied? As the saying went, one had to lower their heads under the eaves. If he really angered Chun Shi, it wouldn't be a problem of whether there was enough spirit chi, but a problem of whether Tiandu could continue to exist. Yuan Tianzuan compromised. Therefore, Chun Shi undid the seal that was previously set, and then led the group of Tiandu people to fly to the moon. At the same time, the Haute Nebula at the edge of the solar system suddenly welcomed a visitor. The visitor was a young girl. She was about 15 or 16 years old, in the prime of her youth, so she looked really pretty. Although the young girl was not old, she was quite brave. She actually dared to drive Xingcha alone to this ancient forbidden area that everyone talked about. Of course, daring to come didn't mean that she was not afraid. Even before she got close to the meteorite belt, the young girl's face was already a little pale from nervousness. Brother Dongfang, are you there? As if to drive away the fear in her heart, The young girl stood at the bow of the ship and shouted loudly toward the forbidden area. There was no medium to transmit sound in the universe. Therefore, rather than saying that she was shouting, it was better to say that she was constantly instilling vital essence into the forbidden area. The universe was really too big. One had to know that the Oat Nebula was like an eggshell. It included the entire solar system, so how big was its volume? Compared to it, the young girl was so small that she could be ignored. So even if she used the voice transmission secret method, how far could her shout be transmitted? The young girl was extremely scared. She kept shouting, but there was no response from the forbidden area. No, no, Brother Dongfang will be fine. After shouting continuously for about 4 to 5 hours, the young girl finally despaired. In fact, from the moment she heard the news, she was already in despair. The reason why she still came here was to use facts to convince herself and to shatter the last trace of fantasy in her heart. Brother Dongfang, you said you would wait for me to grow up? You said you would marry me? The young girl cried out in despair. Bean-sized teardrops continued to slide down her cheeks, coupled with her beautiful and lovely appearance. The ignorant young girl in front of him gave off a poignant feeling like a pear blossom in the rain. Young people didn't understand love and were always the most infatuated. In fact, it was only at the age when one didn't understand love that one could love someone to death. You said you would marry me? After muttering this sentence a few times, the young girl finally seemed to have made an important decision. She gently wiped away the tears on her face. Then, a bright smile appeared on her face. Brother Dongfang, I'm coming for you. Wait for me. After speaking, the young girl closed her eyes and drove the Xingcha to the Oat Nebula at full speed. Jutian Divine Emperor. Chapter 474. For the people in the Supreme Palace enclosure, the solar system was the supreme forbidden land in ancient myths and legends. The so-called Forbidden Land was naturally a place that everyone kept a secret and even changed their expressions when talking about it. Even if there was no one guarding it, there were always few people there, so many people might have never been there in their lives. However, although many people had not personally explored the Forbidden Land, if the Forbidden Land was mentioned, they could open their mouths and describe it in more detail than those who had seen it with their own eyes. There was an ancient saying, 3 people make a tiger, gossip is a fearful thing. This was the terrifying part of rumors. After the exaggerated narration by the busybodies, the Tianshu ruins became synonymous with the horror of today. Especially after a heavenly venerable died in front of everyone's eyes, the various rumors about the Tianshu ruins seemed to have been confirmed. Tianshu ruins. Heavenly venerable forbidden land. Even heavenly venerable level big shots could not step into it, who would complain that their life was too long and insist on breaking into the forbidden land again, unless they did not want to live anymore. Therefore, when this infatuated girl confirmed that her brother Dongfang had entered the Tianshu ruins, she was so desperate and helpless. Was this love? Who knew? Anyway, there was no reason to be in love. Perhaps when she grew up, she would laugh at her foolishness today, but she would never regret her decision today. After all, she just happened to be at the age of the first awakening of love and met the person she liked. The girl gently closed her eyes. Then, with a calm smile on her face, she drove Xingcha quickly to the meteorite belt not far away. She was even mentally prepared to be smashed into pieces and her soul destroyed in the next moment. But she never thought. She closed her eyes and waited for a long time. When she opened her eyes again, what entered his eyes was not a land of death that was filled with danger and death. Instead, it was a boundless sea of stars that was quiet and peaceful. When one looked up, the stars in the sky were all stars. The universe was very big, and the solar system was very small. There was only one star in the entire solar system, and that was the sun. Because it was too far away, in the eyes of the young lady, the sun was like a star, silently hanging in the pitch-black sky. She turned back to look at the Oat Nebula behind her. The dense comets blocked her view like a natural moat, completely separating the Supreme Palace enclosure from the Dubhe ruins. The girl stood at the bow of the ship and looked around, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could she enter the Tianshu ruins so easily? After a long period of calmness, The girl finally accepted the reality in front of her. Since she was fine, it meant the Tianshu ruins were not as dangerous as the legends said. Perhaps Big Brother Dongfang had already explored it. The girl instinctively wanted to chase after him. However, after thinking about it for a while, she suddenly turned the ship around and rushed back to the Haute Nebula. This place is too big. If I want to rely on my own strength to find Brother Dongfang, this is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. No, I have to bring this news back. Unlike Cheng Hua's recklessness and greed, the young girl did not care about the final ownership of the Dubhe ruins. Therefore, when she confirmed that the Tianshu ruins were not dangerous, she wanted to bring this news back as soon as possible so that more people could help her find her brother Dongfang. While the girl hurried back to the Supreme Palace enclosure, Shi was not idle either. He arranged the Tiandu group on the dark side of the moon. Therefore, from this moment on, Tiandu was really floating in the sky. The thing to note here was, because while the moon revolved around the Earth, the moon itself was also rotating. In addition, its rotation period was the same as its rotation period, so no matter where you stood on the Earth and looked up at the sky, humans would always only see one side of the moon. As for the other side that could not be seen, it was called the dark side of the moon. In order to prevent Yuan Tianzuan from sneaking to the Earth, Shi also set up a large ceiling formation on the dark side of the moon. There were still a lot of high-end combat power in Tiandu. If they combined their strength, they might be able to break this formation by force. However, this place was too close to the Earth. Even if Yuan Tianzuan wanted to break the formation by force, Shi could immediately rush over to stop him. Therefore, after setting up the formation, Shi was completely relieved. At this time, Yuan Tianzuan seemed to have accepted his fate. Ever since the collapse of the big world, causing Tiandu to be forcibly relocated to the solar system, Yuan Tianzuan was like a defeated rooster. He was dejected all day long and was no longer as elegant as before. It stood to reason that a proud person like Yuan Tianzuan would not completely lose his fighting spirit because of one failure. Shi guessed that there must be some secret. Therefore, he arranged for the Tiandu group to be on the moon. After fulfilling his promise that he would treat the remnants of Tiandu well, he took the soul mirror and talked to Yuan Tianzuan again. Shi was prepared to extort a confession by torture, but he did not expect. Yuan Tianzuan was much more straightforward than he thought. Perhaps Shi was overthinking, but in short, he felt that Yuan Tianzuan was not too hostile to him now. Instead, he seemed to have a lot to say to him. Mutual appreciation? I'm afraid not. The two flew side by side to a nearby ring-shaped mountaintop. Looking at the sparkling blue planet not far away, Yuan Tianzuan's tone was no longer as overbearing as before. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of desolation. Turned out that, as early as 10,000 years ago, the Tai Ching ancestor left a prophecy that Tiandu would be destroyed one day. At that time, only the soul mirror could ensure that Tiandu's incense would continue to burn and pass down. In this regard, the 10 celestial lords of Tiandu naturally believed in it. It was precisely because of this that when Yuan Tianzuan learned that the spiritual qi of the lower realm had begun to recover, he began to plan to build a soul bridge and lead everyone back to Earth. The ancient immortal cultivators were forced to leave Earth, so it was natural for them to return now. Everything should have gone according to plan. Unfortunately, Shi's appearance caused Yuan Tianzuan to be forced to activate the Sun-Moon-Star Array, and everything that happened afterward completely refreshed his worldview. It wasn't until the moment the 9 stars aligned that Yuan Tianzuan suddenly realized things were not as simple as the previous celestial lords had imagined. The Tai Ching ancestor must have hidden some shocking secret. In fact, there weren't many records of the soul mirror and the Sun-Moon-Star Array in the ancient books left behind by the great ancestor. Even an outsider like she could see the extraordinariness of the Sun-Moon-Star Array at a glance. How could the previous celestial lords of Tiandu not see through it? Therefore, the previous celestial lords all thought that the Sun-Moon-Star Array was the last life-saving straw that the Tai Ching ancestor had prepared for Tiandu. Who would have thought? The price of activating the array was so painful. Could this be the so-called trump card? Without needing the enemy to make a move, he would first destroy the foundation. During this period of time, Yuan Tianzun had been thinking about why the Tai Ching ancestor would make such an arrangement. Combined with the ancient records that he had read in the Imperial Hall, coupled with his own personal experience, Yuan Tianzun suddenly remembered a terrifying rumor that had been circulating since ancient times. The content of the rumor was actually very simple. That was, the reason why the Tai Ching ancestor led the ancient immortal cultivators to the great world to establish Tiandu was not to save the common people from suffering, but to satisfy his own selfish desires. This Tai Ching ancestor, who was regarded as a god by the ancient immortal cultivators, in fact, he was a despicable person who pretended to be righteous. The holiday is over. The new year has begun. I will strive to write more words. At the same time, I wish everyone good luck in the coming year and get promoted and rich as soon as possible. Chapter 475. The divine ancestor had once said that when Tiandu was in danger, the formation could be activated to ensure the continuation of Tiandu's inheritance. Although the Sun-Moon-Star formation was very powerful, the most crucial part of it was obviously that seemingly useless Khanate Supreme Treasure, the sky-bearing mirror of floating dawn. In addition, there were many different opinions about the origin of this Khanate Supreme Treasure within Tiandu. Some said it was the divine ancestor's natal magic treasure, while others said it was inadvertently found in the depths of the void. As for which was true and which was false, perhaps only the divine ancestor himself knew. Successive celestial venerables had carefully studied the soul mirror, but no one could discover any secrets from it. Over time, this Khanate Supreme Treasure was completely reduced to a useless decoration. Yuan Tianzun was ambitious and naturally would not easily believe that the soul mirror was useless. From the day he became a celestial venerable, he had been constantly thinking about how to take the soul mirror for his own use. In order to achieve this goal, Yuan Tianzun had even flipped through all the ancient records related to the divine ancestor. In addition to some obviously official biographies, he had even searched for many unofficial histories from the people. Thus, Yuan Tianzun gradually understood some of the secrets of the ancient times. What needed to be mentioned here was that as long as there was political power, there would inevitably be opponents. Tiandu was no exception. The divine ancestor was not a national treasure and could not be liked by everyone. So it was inevitable that there would be some thieves with evil intentions spreading rumors to slander the divine ancestor. It was from these traitors that Yuan Tianzun had obtained this unofficial history that was close to a rumor. According to the unofficial records, the divine ancestor was not as glorious and great as people imagined. Instead, he was an out-and-out hypocrite 10,000 times more disgusting than Mount Hua. History was always written by the victors. 10,000 years had passed, so how much of the past could the people of later generations remember? Wasn't it still just reading the ancient records left behind by the predecessors? In the official history, the divine ancestor's greatness did not need to be repeated, because he had long become a god worshipped by everyone in Tiandu. But in this unofficial history, the image of the grand pure divine ancestor was completely different from what everyone knew before. Even if his cultivation was unparalleled, he still had the heart of 5 poisons that everyone had: greed, anger, stupidity, hesitation, and doubt. It was precisely because of this that the grand pure one in the unofficial history was no longer a flawless ancient myth. Instead, he was more like a living person. In fact, whether it was official history or unofficial history, these were all written by people who had come before them. As long as it was recorded by someone, it would definitely have a certain degree of subjectivity. Not to mention, this unofficial history that could be said to be treasonous came from the Jiang clan's ancestor that had long since been listed as a sinner. The ancestors of the Jiang clan had always been enemies of Tiandu, so it was naturally impossible for them to respect the divine ancestor like the common people of Tiandu did. Therefore, Yuan Tianzun originally did not take these fabricated unofficial histories seriously. It was not until the destruction of Tiandu that Yuan Tianzun suddenly woke up. Could it be that the contents of this unofficial history were true? Unofficial history? Show it to me. Hearing this, Chen Shi's gossipy soul couldn't help but burn up, just like how modern people were always full of curiosity about ancient emperors. Such a stunning figure like the Grand Pure One would naturally make Chen Shi yearn for him. He couldn't help but want to learn more from the mouths of others. After hearing Chen Shi's words, Yuan Tianzun hesitated. After all, he was the head of the 10 celestial venerables and the current actual ruler of Tiandu. Wasn't the act of slandering the divine ancestor the same as smearing feces on him? Could it be that he had to praise? Well smeared, so fragrant. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Just show it to me. I'm not a person of Tiandu. Are you afraid that I'll rebel after seeing it? Seeing that Yuan Tianzun was somewhat hesitant, Chen Shi kept urging him. There was no other way. Yuan Tianzun really couldn't persuade Chen Shi. He could only take out a palm-sized jade slip from his mustard seed bag with a hesitant expression. The so-called jade slip was the carrier that cultivators used to record important information. The content was neither words nor sound, but consciousness. Chen Shi snatched the jade slip from Yuan Tianzun's hand and poured his divine sense into it. The information recorded in the jade slip immediately poured into his mind. Interesting. After silently digesting the information in the jade slip, the corners of Chen Shi's mouth couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Just as Yuan Tianzun said, the information in the jade slip was filled with a large amount of slandering of the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor. However, after excluding these slanderous words, the most important information was actually about the ancestor of the Jiang clan. Although the Jiang clan was very weak now, in ancient times, the ancestor of the Jiang clan and the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor were fellow disciples. The Grand Pure One sacred ancestor was so amazing. As his junior brother, how weak could the ancestor of the Jiang clan be? This even Jiang Yan didn't know much about. The name of the sect that the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor belonged to was no longer known, but there was no doubt that the earth of that era was indeed very powerful, far surpassing the current Tianxian. Of course, the earth at that time wasn't called Earth but was called Dubhe Realm. In short, it was an era where heroes came forth in large numbers. If it wasn't for the sudden depletion of the spirit chi of heaven and earth, there probably wouldn't be any modern humans. Logically speaking, since the ancestor of the Jiang clan and the Grand Pure One sacred ancestor were fellow disciples, how could his descendants be labeled as sinners by the sacred ancestor? There must be some secret hidden within, but this jade slip didn't record it in detail. Other than some meaningless slander, Chen Shi couldn't find a single useful piece of information. This kind of feeling was like someone exposing a celebrity's scandals on the internet. No matter what the rumor mongers said, how could they convince people without concrete evidence? Chen Shi held the jade slip in his hand and rubbed it carefully, as if he was thinking about something. One had to know that jade slips had always been used to record important information. How could they only record some baseless slander? In the words of the netizens, that was, how could there be no real evidence? Thinking of this, Chen Shi couldn't help but pour his divine sense into the jade slip again and try to find some useful information from it. This time, he looked very carefully. He carefully studied the jade slip from the inside to the outside. And it was precisely because of this that Chen Shi actually managed to find a seal in this seemingly ordinary jade slip. This seal was very strange. It actually contained some of the true meaning of the word void, so that others couldn't discover its existence at all. In other words, only cultivators at the Dongshu realm could successfully read its contents. Yuan Tianzun's cultivation was only at the mid-deity transformation stage, so even if the jade slip had been in his hands all this time, he didn't know that there were other contents hidden in the jade slip. Therefore, the moment Chen Shi discovered the seal, he already realized what he was about to uncover could be a shocking secret that had been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 476. The information in the jade slip was transmitted through consciousness. Therefore, from Chen Shi unlocking the seal to him knowing all the contents in it, all this happened in the blink of an eye. Although Yuan Tianzun's cultivation couldn't be compared with Chen Shi's, but at that moment, he was still keenly aware of a slight expression change on Chen Shi's face. What's wrong? One had to know that Yuan Tianzun was not an easy person to deal with. So, this old guy immediately pretended to be concerned and asked, "Did you find any problems?" "Nothing, I just feel that the empty slander above is a bit funny." Heavenly Venerate Yuan tried to discover something from Chen Shi's face, But Chun Shi merely smiled and shook his head. Then, he pretended to be at ease and threw the jade slip back to heavenly venerate Yuhuan. After Yuhuan Tianzuan took the jade slip, he quickly checked it with his divine thought. After confirming that there was nothing strange in it, he was slightly relieved. Okay, that's it for today. I have to go back and pick up the children from school. You stay here and preside over the reconstruction work of Tiandu? If you guys perform well, maybe I'll consider accepting your immigration application. But before that, you all stay here obediently. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Once I find out that you are trying to escape from here, I think you should be very clear about the consequences. After Chun Shi gave a series of orders in a bureaucratic tone. The expression on Emperor Yuhuan's face was marvelous. Are you really treating us as captives? Yuhuan Tianzuan cursed in his heart. But due to Chun Shi's abuse of power, he could only snort softly and vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Chun Shi left the moon, but he did not immediately return to the courtyard, but flew aimlessly outside the atmosphere, looking at the boundless starry sky while silently sorting out the information he got from the jade slip. The information in the jade slip could be divided into two parts. On the surface, the content was to insult the Grand Pure One and slander him. The content hidden under the seal was a complete description of what had happened in the past from the perspective of a bystander. There was too much information in the jade slip. In addition, the person who left the jade slip didn't have a very firm position. So Chun Shi could only sort it out bit by bit. First of all, it could be concluded that the contents of the two sections were not left by the same person. Chun Shi guessed that it was very likely that the true owner of the jade slip was a descendant of the Jiang clan's ancestor, or even a close relative within 3 generations. In other words, it was an existence like a son, grandson, disciple, or grand disciple. The hidden content under the seal was left behind by this person. As for the content outside the seal, there was a high probability that it was randomly added by the descendants of the Jiang clan. They didn't know what had happened back then, so they could only try their best to slander the sacred ancestor. From this, it could be seen that the Jiang clan's ancestor did not tell his descendants everything that happened back then. Thinking about it, this was also a form of protection. According to the records in the jade slip, the Grand Pure One and the Jiang clan's ancestor were indeed from the same sect. At that time, the overall strength of the Heaven's Pivot realm was very powerful. According to the description in the jade slip, the Grand Pure One and the Jiang clan's ancestor had already reached the legendary half-saint realm. Half-saint? Chun Shi pondered for a long time before he made a rough judgment in his heart. Yuanying was equivalent to a divine general. Soul formation was equivalent to a heavenly venerable. Insightful void was equivalent to a supreme. The owner of the jade slip was a supreme. Then, the Grand Pure One, who could be called a half-saint by him, should at least be a big shot at the Tao integration stage, right? Thinking of this, Chun Shi lowered his head to look at the azure planet again. He was slightly excited and could not calm down. Earth was still the same Earth. However, the Earth of that era was completely different from the Earth of today. As the saying goes, heroes are created by the times. That era was simply a glorious era where stars gathered and heroes emerged in large numbers. But unfortunately, no matter how good the era was, it would eventually come to an end. As the spirit chi on Earth began to weaken rapidly, the glory of the Heaven's Pivot realm was no longer the same as before. The ancient immortal cultivators had no choice but to start looking for a new cultivation holy land in order to continue their legacy. Just like in sci-fi movies, once the apocalypse arrived, everyone would make different choices. Thus, some people proposed to give up on the Heaven's Pivot realm. With the half-saint as the leader, they would lead everyone across the void and find another place to live in the universe. In today's words, this group of people were typical radicals. This was because at least at the Golden Core stage could fly. Only at the Yuanying stage could one live freely in the universe for a long time. Since they could make such a suggestion, it actually meant that they wanted to give up on cultivators below the Yuanying stage. What kind of terrifying suggestion was this? Who didn't have relatives, friends, parents, and relatives in their life? Take Chun Shi as an example. He was already lonely enough, but how many people above the Yuanying stage did he have by his side? Cultivation was about talent and fate. Sometimes in life, one must have it, and when not in life, one should not force it. Yuanying was not so easy to get married. Once this decision was made, it was equivalent to giving up on most people on Earth. Even if the half-saint could lead many people across the void at the same time, he could not take everyone on Earth with him. What about the rest of the people? Let them perish on their own? Thus, this suggestion was quickly rejected. Seeing this, she could not help but feel a little puzzled. Didn't Chunghua and Yiji come from the Supreme Palace enclosure? Wasn't the Supreme Palace enclosure near the solar system? With the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor's realm, even if he used a stupid method that was close to moving a mountain, he could still bring everyone to the Supreme Palace enclosure, right? Could it be that the ancient immortal cultivators did not know that there was such a good place as the Supreme Palace enclosure near the solar system? She really did not understand this point. But fortunately, this question was not important, so he quickly put this question to the back of his mind and then went on to sort it out. After the radical faction suggestion was rejected, the conservative faction led by the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor and the Jiang Ancestor proposed a compromise. That was, integrate all the forces in the Tianshu realm and send out the strongest people from each sect. Then, these people would be led by a half-saint to find a suitable cultivation holy land in the universe. After they found it, everyone would come back to discuss how to move everyone on Earth over. This suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. At the very least, they would not just pack up and leave, right? Thus, the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor and the others set off. But what no one expected was, when they left, they were gone for as long as 20 years. The people who stayed on Earth looked forward to the stars and the moon every day, almost always looking forward to their return. Finally, the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor and the others returned. It was important to note that when the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor set off, his cultivation was not much different from the others. He was only a half-saint. But by the time he came back, the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had stepped into an unprecedented realm, a saint. This was an extremely good thing. After all, even though the Tianshu realm was unparalleled at that time, it had been tens of thousands of years since a saint had appeared. The Grand Pure Divine Ancestor's breakthrough was really good news for the ancient cultivators who were shrouded in the shadow of doomsday. But before they could rejoice, bad news followed one after the other, and everyone was dumbfounded. Although the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had successfully entered the saint realm, the 5 half-saints and more than 10 supremes who had traveled with him had all died. Everyone was dead. Only the dying Jiang Ancestor was left. If the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had not done his best to save him, even the Jiang Ancestor would have died on the way home. At that moment, there was only one question left in everyone's hearts. How was this possible? The 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 477. No one knew what had happened to the sacred ancestor and his group in the depths of the starry sky. No matter who asked, the sacred ancestor kept his mouth shut. One had to know that the people who had traveled with him were all the top figures of the various sects and clans. These people had died in the depths of the universe without even a corpse. Naturally, their descendants could not accept this fact. As a result, the descendants of these half-step saints jointly wrote a letter, asking the sacred ancestor to give everyone a reasonable explanation. Although the sacred ancestor had given in, he did not tell everyone what had happened in the past 20 years. Instead, he gave a simple summary, saying that his group had encountered great danger in the Great Void and that it was already a great blessing to be able to return. And then there was no more. There was not even a reasonable explanation. This time, not only the descendants of the half-step saints, but even the ordinary onlookers could not help but be puzzled. Why are you able to survive when all of your companions are dead? Moreover, you lived a better and more carefree life and even became a saint because of this. Due to the might of a saint and the fact that all the half-step saints who could mediate with him had fallen, the sacred ancestor became the number 1 person in the heavens pivot realm after returning. No one dared to question him in front of his face, but the rumors became more and more intense in private. There were even some people who made wild guesses. The sacred ancestor and his group might have discovered the immortal emperor's treasury in the depths of the universe, and the half-step saints who accompanied them died in this treasury. Opportunities were always accompanied by risks. In the moment of danger, the sacred ancestor decisively dragged everyone down with him. As a result, he obtained the immortal emperor's inheritance and became a saint in a short 20 years. Otherwise, how could one explain the sacred ancestor's sudden increase in cultivation? This kind of baseless guess was almost equivalent to slander. Even so, the sacred ancestor was still unwilling to mention the details. In desperation, everyone could only cast their gazes on the last survivor of this trip, and that was the Jiang ancestor. At this time, it was likely that only the Jiang clan's ancestor knew what exactly happened in these 20 years. But what was regrettable was that, even though the Jiang ancestor's cultivation was extraordinary, when he was brought back by the Supreme Pure One, he was already heavily injured. For immortal cultivators, physical injuries were naturally not a problem. However, the Jiang clan's ancestor did not only have injuries on his physical body. The truly fatal injury was still the injury on his soul. It was unknown what they had experienced. In short, when the Jiang ancestor was brought back by the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor, he was already on the verge of death, as if he had entered a state of suspended animation. Now, the only survivor was in a vegetative state. As long as the Grand Pure One did not take the initiative to mention it, who would know the secret? Rumors were just rumors. One day they would collapse on their own. That was because people were forgetful. As the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor began to build the Sky Capital and prepared to open the Sky Gate to lead everyone to the outside world, no one dared to talk about the Divine Ancestor in private anymore. It didn't matter how the Grand Pure Forefather had found the major world. Its appearance was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating the path forward for the ancient cultivators. If he continued to spread rumors and go against the venerable ancestor, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? Therefore, other than a few people led by the Jiang clan who chose to stay in the Heaven's Pivot Realm, most of the ancient immortal cultivators followed the Tai Ching Divine Ancestor to the Great World. What needed to be noted here was, it was different from what Chen Shi understood. It was not that the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had given up on the Jiang clan, but that the Jiang clan had voluntarily chosen to stay in the lower realm. The reason why the Jiang clan had become a sinner clan was that after the Divine Ancestor passed away, the Jiang clan still refused to be disciplined by the Sky Capital. The Grand Pure Divine Ancestor might not care about their crime of spreading rumors in private because of their old friendship. However, the successor of the Sky Capital would definitely not tolerate anyone slandering the Divine Ancestor. Therefore, the Jiang clan was judged as a sinner clan. Even the heavens would not tolerate sinners. That was the main content recorded in the Jade Slip. Other than these old matters, what really attracted Chen Shi's attention was actually a memory from the Jiang clan ancestor. Yes, the Jiang clan ancestor's memory. No one, including the descendants of the Jiang clan, knew. Not long after the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor led the ancient immortal cultivators to the Great World, the Jiang clan ancestor, who had been in the state of a living dead, actually woke up again. Logically speaking, the Jiang clan ancestor's soul had long been shattered, and there should be no possibility of him waking up. Therefore, after the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor came to visit a few times, he never came again. Even a saint like the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor could not save him. What method did others have to wake up the Jiang clan ancestor? But here was the strange thing. Just as the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor left, the Jiang clan ancestor actually woke up. At that time, only the owner of the Jade Slip was accompanying the Jiang clan ancestor, so the Jiang clan ancestor directly poured this memory into the mind of the owner of the Jade Slip. Then, as if he had obtained some kind of relief, the Jiang clan ancestor rode a crane to the west with a smile on his face. The last half-saint of the heavenly pivot realm fell. The Jiang clan ancestor left with a smile. However, after the owner of the Jade Slip obtained this memory, he was completely shocked by the scene in the memory. After thinking about it again and again, the owner of the Jade Slip decided to seal this past and record all the causes and effects into the Jade Slip. He set up a seal and waited for the fated person to know. Obviously, Chen Shi was that fated person. Therefore, he was also shocked by this memory at that time, which was why Yuhuan Tianzun noticed something strange. It turned out that The grand pure divine ancestor and his group had never left the solar system. Just as they flew to Saturn, a dark fissure suddenly appeared in the void and sucked the group of half-sages and supreme martial artists into it. It was a boundless dark space. After the Zhang clan ancestor fell in, he was separated from the others. He flew in the dark space for thousands of years until he was exhausted and the true essence in his body was about to be exhausted. Only then did the Zhang clan ancestor discover a ray of light. Wasn't this feeling very familiar? Wasn't it exactly the same as the strange thing that she had experienced before? However, it was different from what she had experienced. After the Zhang clan ancestor escaped from the dark space, he did not go to the great world. Instead, he returned to the place where they had disappeared. Then, the Zhang clan ancestor met the grand pure divine ancestor who was quietly floating in the void and holding the heaven-bearing efficate floating mirror. At that moment, the image of the grand pure divine ancestor was completely different from the Zhang clan ancestor's memory. His appearance did not change at all. However, the monstrous pressure that was constantly emitted from his body, as well as that pair of eyes that looked down on all living things, made the Zhang clan ancestor, a half-saint, feel faintly panicked. Therefore, the Zhang clan ancestor firmly believed that the person in front of him was definitely not the grand pure divine ancestor he knew. As expected, just as the Zhang clan ancestor was stunned, the grand pure divine ancestor actually aimed the heaven-bearing efficate floating mirror at him. With a flash of white light, the Zhang clan ancestor's memory was completely cut off. However, the last scene in his memory was not the scene of the grand pure divine ancestor attacking him. Instead, it was the space wonder that had already formed behind the grand pure divine ancestor scattered stars 9-star alignment. Chapter 478. The moment he saw the 9 stars alignment, a series of information slowly emerged in Shi's mind and gradually formed a clearer network. The dark space, the 9 stars alignment, the Tai Ching divine ancestor, the sky-bearing technique, the floating dawn mirror, the great terror in the depths of the void, and the mysterious woman entangled in chains. Until this moment she finally understood what kind of terrifying level the mysterious woman's realm had reached. With the combined strength of the Tai Ching divine ancestor and the others, even in the heavenly jade domain, they were definitely a transcendent force comparable to a sacred ground. However, after they fell into the dark space, they were still so helpless. If not for the appearance of that white light, the Zhang ancestor might have been trapped alive inside. Even a supreme like she could enter and exit the dark space at will. How could a half-step sage like the Zhang ancestor not be able to freely travel through the various planes? From this, it could be seen that the Zhang ancestor was definitely controlled by some higher-level power, which caused him to be unable to successfully escape from the dark space. As for the reason why the white light appeared, combined with Shi's previous experience, it should be the result of the mysterious woman and the Great Terror's game. It was obvious that the mysterious woman was kind to the cultivators from Earth, and the Great Terror's standpoint was completely different from the mysterious woman's. This was because she not only felt a strong pressure from him, but also a murderous aura that seemed to be mixed with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If that powerful murderous aura was placed in the solar system, the result would be that wherever the murderous aura went, everything would wither and not a single blade of grass would grow. In addition, from the memories of the Zhang ancestor, the Tai Ching divine ancestor should have been possessed and controlled by someone. Even a half-step sage could be easily possessed, so how high was the other party's cultivation level? Above the sage was the Immortal Emperor. Whether it was the Heavenly Jade Domain or the Heavenly Pivot Domain, it had been a long time since an Immortal Emperor had appeared. The Immortal Emperor seemed to only exist in the myths and legends of the primordial era. If the Supreme she could destroy a planet with all his strength, then the Immortal Emperor could collapse the heavens and split the earth with a flick of his finger. It was truly the definition of holding the sun and moon in one's hand and stepping on the universe. Such a terrifying cultivation had completely exceeded the scope of Shi's imagination. Perhaps when one reached the mysterious woman's level, they should no longer be called immortal cultivators, but immortals. She looked down at the soul mirror in his hand, and a peculiar expression suddenly appeared on his face. The 9-star alignment in the memories of the Jiang clan's ancestor was actually different from what he saw with his own eyes. In the memories of the Jiang ancestor, the Grand Pure One held the soul mirror and floated in the air like a god. As the 9 stars lined up, strange nomological imprints appeared one after another in the periphery of the solar system. These nomological imprints shone with a dazzling golden light. They were like gold foil pasted on a circular wall, encompassing the entire solar system within them. "Chung Hua, that brat," said. "For the past 10,000 years, there has been a powerful seal on the periphery of the solar system. Even if a celestial venerable were to come, he would definitely die." The two of them barged in recklessly, but unexpectedly, they didn't lose their lives because of this. Instead, they arrived on Earth without any obstructions. Calculating the time, when the two of them came, wasn't it when Heaven Capital was destroyed? Could it be? This seal was removed because of this. But if there's a seal on the periphery of the solar system, why was I able to pass through this seal so easily and safely return to Earth? Could it be because of that mysterious woman again? And the reason why I suddenly went to the heavenly Jade Realm, which is billions of light years away, might also be related to that mysterious woman. At the thought of this, she couldn't help but raise his head and look toward the distant edge of the solar system. At that moment, Shi's eyes were no longer as clear as before. Instead, they were filled with curiosity toward this unknown world like that of a little fellow. The Immortal Emperor used the universe and the starry sky as a chessboard, and all living things as chess pieces. Then what kind of chess game were they playing? While she was focused on exploring the past, the young lady who had risked her life to barge into the heavenly pivot ruins had returned. However, this time she was no longer alone. Instead, she had brought with her a team of several hundred people from the Supreme Palace enclosure. The young lady stood at the bow of the ship with an excited expression. If it weren't for the fact that there was a tall, middle-aged man in his 40s standing beside her, she would have screamed out in excitement. "Sure. Daddy will ask you one last time. Are you sure you really entered the heavenly pivot ruins from here?" "Father, I've said it many times. I really went in. There's nothing inside. If you don't believe me, let me go in first later. I'll prove it to you." The young lady's name was Tuoba Xiao. The middle-aged man next to her was her father, Tabague. After Tabague received the news from his daughter, he considered the importance of this matter and didn't inform the family head immediately. Instead, he brought his personal guards and followed Tuoba Xiao here. Immortal cultivators had a long lifespan. It wasn't rare for 10 generations to live in the same house. Therefore, there were usually many large families in the Supreme Palace enclosure. One could refer to the Jiang clan on Daiyu Island for this. The Shenyuan, Dongfang, and Tuoba families were all large families in the Supreme Palace enclosure. But different from Shenyuan Chenghua and Dongfang Yiji, Tuoba Xiao came from a branch family. So in terms of background, Tuoba Xiao was absolutely not worthy of Dongfang Yiji. And this was one of the important reasons why she was willing to die for Dongfang Yiji. From the moment the two of them started dating, Tuoba Xiao felt that she wasn't worthy of Dongfang Yiji. So, she sacrificed far more than Dongfang Yiji. Under the leadership of Tuoba Xiao, the group soon arrived at the location where she entered the heavenly pivot ruins. Out of caution, Tabague didn't let his daughter take the risk. Instead, he called out 2 men from the team and let them go to explore. These men were prisoners from hostile forces of the family. After being captured by the Tuoba family, they had been brainwashed and controlled by a secret method. They had completely become the Tuoba family's pawns. Although their cultivation wasn't high, they were not afraid of death. They were the best candidates to explore the way. Soon, the 2 men piloted a small starship and rushed directly to the heavenly pivot ruins. Tabague nervously waited on the side. The moment he saw the 2 figures disappear, his pupils shrank. If it weren't for Tuoba Xiao guaranteeing with her life, Tabague would never have believed her words. He was different from Tuoba Xiao's naivety. Tabague knew that once this news was confirmed, it would cause a sensation in the Supreme Palace enclosure. Therefore, after sending the men to investigate, Tobague's mood was even more nervous than Tuobashioer's. He paced back and forth on the bow of the ship. After waiting for about half an incense stick of time, Tobague finally saw the scene he had been dreaming of. Those two men. They actually came out of the heavenly pivot ruins unscathed. Listen to my orders. Set off. Destination. Heavenly pivot ruins. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 479. Chun-Shi returned to the Sai courtyard with the soul mirror after learning about the Tianshu ruins. The soul mirror. Sky-bearing technique. Floating dawn mirror. It was laughable that this innate treasure, which could kill a half-step saint in the hands of the grand pure ancestor, had been treated as a useless treasure for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, when Chun-Shi learned of the true power of the soul mirror, he began to think about how to take it for his own use. On one hand, it was because part of Yingying's soul was still imprisoned in it. On the other hand, it was because he didn't have a single magic treasure to back him up. If he encountered an opponent weaker than himself, Chun-Shi might be able to rely on his cultivation level to suppress them and win easily. However, if he encountered a half-step saint who was at the same cultivation level as him, or even a higher one, Chun-Shi reckoned that he wouldn't be able to protect himself at all. Moreover, there were signs of an immortal emperor appearing in the world. Chun-Shi didn't think that he could jump around in front of an immortal emperor with his mere dongshu cultivation. Although the mysterious woman didn't seem to have any enmity towards him, as the saying went, if you leaned against a mountain, it would collapse. If you leaned against a man, he would run away. The mysterious woman had already saved him once. Would she save him a second time? If he couldn't even protect himself, how could he protect his family? Therefore, the matter of increasing his strength was imperative. Chun-Shi finally had some sense of crisis. If his sister-in-law knew about this, she would probably be sincerely happy for him. However, at the Dongshu realm, accumulating the world's spiritual energy wasn't so important anymore. Comprehending and applying the laws of heaven and earth was the only thing Chun-Shi needed to focus on now. Therefore, Chun-Shi set his sights on the strange dark space. The flow of time in the dark space was very strange. Compared to Earth, time inside could even be said to be stationary. After all, a day in the dark space was roughly equivalent to a year on Earth. What kind of terrifying time ratio was this? Although there was no matter or spiritual energy in the dark space, Chun-Shi needed to calm down and stabilize his cultivation. Therefore, the dark space became the best place for him to cultivate. After entering the Dongshu realm, Chun-Shi actually had the ability to travel between planes. However, the prerequisite was that he had to know the coordinates of the small plane he wanted to go to. The universe where Earth was located was the main plane. The dark space and the large world were small planes. Small planes were unstable, and at the same time extremely difficult to discover. If he didn't leave the coordinates in advance, Chun-Shi wouldn't be able to find the specific location of the small plane even if he poked a hole in the sky. This was the fundamental reason why the Grand Pure Ancestor and the others had spent so much effort to find another cave abode in the universe. Dongshu stage immortal cultivators would only be able to freely travel to and from small planes after finding them through spatial rifts and setting up coordinates in them. Night. After the little fellow fell asleep, Chun-Shi couldn't wait to fly into the air and get busy. This was the first time he took the initiative to enter the dark space. Therefore, after closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing to bring his body to the best state, Chun-Shi gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and prepared to start trying to open the passage between the two worlds. Opening the passage was actually the same as opening the heavenly gate. Therefore, the moment Chun-Shi moved, an extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuation was set off 10,000 meters in the sky. Under the guidance of the spiritual energy, the clouds were like a vortex, gradually forming a huge cyclone. Then, an extremely dazzling light suddenly bloomed in the center of the cyclone. Like the heavenly gate, the position of the light was obviously the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. Seeing this, Chun-Shi didn't hesitate at all. His body swayed and he directly flew toward the light. It was like diving from a high platform. The moment Chun-Shi's body disappeared into the light, the entire world suddenly quieted down. There was no sound and no light. He was back. Chun-Shi lit up a ball of light and looked around. After confirming that he was back in the familiar dark space, he directly sat cross-legged in this endless void. At this moment, he was the only source of light in this dark space. As the deduction continued, two faintly discernible golden lines gradually appeared beside Chun-Shi. These were the two lines of law that he currently controlled. One led to Earth, the other to the outside world. 2 points as a line. As long as he found the base of the two planes, he could use this line of law to travel back and forth between the two worlds. Point, line, surface, body. And this was the basic form of the first law of heaven and earth. When Chun-Shi was able to freely control face, his cultivation would naturally be able to take another step forward. Today was the weekend. Primary school students did not have to go to school on weekends, so every Saturday night, the little girl would play until late into the night, until the next morning when she would wake up. Early in the morning, the little girl did not see Chun-Shi when she woke up, so she took advantage of the time when Qin Ruoying was cooking for her to stroll around the courtyard. After this period of time together, Cheng-Hua and Yi were already very familiar with the little girl. Therefore, when the little girl saw the two dejected coming out of the room, she enthusiastically greeted them. "Brother Cheng-Hua, Brother Yi, good morning." "Good morning, Nian. Good morning to you." Cheng-Hua did not say anything, and Yi did not seem to be in a good mood. After trying hard to squeeze out a smile at the little girl, the two were like students who had made a mistake, obediently waiting outside the Chuehua gate for Qin Xueqing's call. It was not that they were deliberately giving the little girl a hard time, but the reason why their mood was so heavy was because today was the day of being beaten again. Qin Wanqing was incredible now. After this period of actual combat tempering, she had completely walked out of a martial artist's path that belonged to her. So even if the two of them attacked together, they were not her match at all. Qin Xueqing seemed to be very vengeful. As her strength grew stronger, her attacks became more and more ruthless, so that the two of them would be beaten half to death by her every time. Although their lives were not in danger, but it was really painful. Looking at the two of them now, where was the young and frivolous attitude they had when they first came here? Their injuries had just recovered, and sister-in-law was ready to ask them to go out to practice again. The little girl did not know the details. Therefore, when she saw Qin Xueqing coming out of the room, she enthusiastically greeted Qin Xueqing. "And are you going out to play? Can you bring me along?" Hearing this, Qin Xueqing suddenly stopped in her tracks. She lowered her head and looked at the cute little niece in front of her, who was like a porcelain doll. Looking at her big bright eyes, Qin Xueqing could not help but hesitate for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, Qin Xueqing made a decision in her heart. Didn't Chun-Shi not want Nian to cultivate? Then I'll make her want to learn. Therefore, Qin Xueqing was like an evil woman who used a lollipop to lure a little girl, and for the first time, a smile hung on her face. "Nian, Aunt wants to take them to practice martial arts? It's the kind of martial arts that you see on TV. Do you want to learn? If you want to learn, Aunt can teach you." Jutian Divine Emperor. Chapter 480. Martial Arts. After hearing Qin Xueqing's words, the little fellow suddenly blinked her eyes blankly. It was no wonder that her reaction would be so cute and slow. After all, Nian was still young. Currently, she was only at the age where she liked to watch cartoons. Although it was not that she had never watched Wuxia movies, but the Wuxia movies that were popular in recent years could not be regarded as Wuxia movies in the true sense. At best, they could only be regarded as historical romance movies. Just based on those melodramatic romantic scenes, how could they win the hearts of children? Therefore, the little fellow's impression of martial arts was completely at the ignorant stage. She could not be compared to the children of the 80s and 90s. 20 or 30 years ago, children usually liked to use a wooden stick as a long sword. They learned the martial arts moves on TV, and before they made a move, they must shout out the name of the move. For example, the 18 dragons subduing palms, 9 strategies beyond the swords, Buddha's palm, and other martial arts skills. Basically, every child knew 1 or 2 moves. Thinking about it, he felt a little regretful. It was a pity that the little fellow was not born in the hot-blooded era, where the martial arts atmosphere was pervasive. Qin Shueqing's attitude towards the little fellow had always been neither cold nor warm. Today, she rarely took the initiative to take her to play, so the little fellow was naturally very happy. Therefore, she immediately blinked her big bright eyes, and then slightly tilted her head and asked in a coquettish voice, "Auntie, what is martial arts? Is it fun?" "It's fun. After you learn it, you can be like the heroes on TV. There's nothing you can't do." "Really? Of course, why would Auntie lie to you?" At this moment, the smile on Qin Shueqing's face was really very bright. Looking at her proud look, she was simply like a demon holding candy to lure a little girl. She was just short of raising her tail. "Hey, you two come over here, I'll show Nian what martial arts are." Qin Shueqing had always been taciturn. Today, in order to lure the little fellow to take the bait, she really used 120% of her strength. Seeing that the little guy seemed to be tempted, Qin Shueqing immediately let Chenghua and Yi come to the center of the courtyard, ready to use them as punching bags to show the little guy what martial arts were. Since he said it was martial arts, then he definitely couldn't use magic. Chenghua and Yi had been beaten up all this time, and under the influence of what they heard and saw, the two of them had learned a few fierce moves. As a result, a scene that shocked the little fellow appeared. In the center of the courtyard, Qin Shueqing was like a graceful butterfly, sometimes leaping up, sometimes crouching on the ground, twisting and turning, displaying her graceful figure. Perhaps it was because Qin Shueqing rarely sparred with others in the outside world. So even though her martial cultivation was extremely profound, she still lacked the fierce killing intent that came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Therefore, her martial arts looked more like a dance. "It's beautiful. Auntie is so beautiful." Since it was an exhibition match, Qin Shueqing's moves were naturally more gentle than usual, and it could be said that she didn't overdo it. The little fellow couldn't see the subtlety of it, but he was still completely attracted by her graceful dancing posture, so he excitedly clapped at the side. Looking at the little fellow's eager appearance, Qin Shueqing couldn't help but smile slightly. After forcing Chenghua and Yi back with one palm, she lightly landed beside the little fellow, then asked with a smile, "How is it? Do you want to learn?" Hearing this, the little fellow immediately nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "Yes. Okay. Then come over here. Auntie will help you stretch your tendons and pull out your bones." "Okay." The little fellow didn't understand, only thinking that Qin Shueqing wanted to play a game with him, so he eagerly went over. Just as Qin Shueqing was teaching the little fellow the horse stance, she finally returned to the courtyard. This was the first time he entered the dark space, and he hadn't figured out the specific time ratio between the two worlds, so it caused him to come back slightly late. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be a problem if she came back a little late. But today was different. Qin Shueqing actually took advantage of his absence to start teaching the little fellow cultivation. Therefore, the moment She's figure appeared in the courtyard, the temperature seemed to drop a lot. "What are you doing?" She's tone didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if he was talking about something very ordinary, but those who were familiar with him should know. This was a sign that he was angry. She was angry? After realizing that something big might happen next, Chenghua and Yi immediately looked at each other, then quietly left the courtyard. It wasn't good to stay here for long. Leaving was the best plan. At this moment, the little fellow also noticed She's figure, so she immediately stopped what she was doing and ran towards She eagerly. "Daddy, you're back?" The little fellow happily jumped into She's arms. She gently pinched her little face, then directly carried her from the ground. "Yes, Daddy went out to do something just now, so I didn't have time to make breakfast for you. You're not hungry, are you?" "I'm not hungry." The father and daughter talked as if there was no one else around, while Qin Shueqing waited silently by the side. When She looked at her, Qin Shueqing calmly replied, "I'm teaching her martial arts." Hearing this, before She could reply, the little fellow happily interrupted and shouted, "Auntie is teaching me martial arts? It's very fun. Daddy, do you want to learn?" "Is that so?" She chuckled. He gently reached out and pinched the tip of the little fellow's nose, which immediately caused her to act coquettishly. She seemed to be trying to make the little girl happy, but a question suddenly popped out of her mouth. Why did you teach her without my permission? It had to be said that his sister-in-law's behavior today really annoyed Shi a little. After all, from the day he returned to Earth, he had made up his mind to create an ordinary and happy childhood for the little fellow, just like ordinary children, to enjoy the pure happiness that they should enjoy at their age. The road of cultivation was long, but childhood was only a few short years. Did he want to deprive her of even these short years? She's willing to learn. I'm willing to teach. It's that simple. Then did you ask for my consent? Do you need it? Don't you need it? Hearing this, Qin Shuiqing couldn't help but sneer, and coldly replied, I started practicing martial arts when I was 3 years old. I had already practiced obvious strength when I was her age. Since learning martial arts is good for the body, why don't you let her learn? She's just a child. This time, she was really a little angry, so even his tone became much colder. Seeing this, Qin Shuiqing was not afraid. Instead, she righteously retorted, she is also a person with the ability to think independently. Please ask her whether she is willing to do it before you make a decision for her. You? Being choked by Qin Shuiqing, Shi was so angry that he couldn't even speak. At this moment, the atmosphere in the yard was really a little awkward. The little fellow lay on Shi's shoulder, looking left and right at her father, right at her aunt, completely not understanding what they were quarreling about. But fortunately, just when Shi and Qin Shuiqing were in a deadlock, Qin Ruoying suddenly appeared. She was holding a bowl of hot porridge in her hand, which was the white fungus and lotus seed porridge that she personally cooked for the little fellow. Nian, come in and eat. Chapter 481. Eat. After hearing Qin Ruoying's call, the little fellow's eyes suddenly lit up. So, she immediately signaled Shi to put her down, and then ran back to the west wing with Qin Ruoying. In fact, how could the little fellow not know that her father was quarreling with her aunt? Although she didn't understand why the two were quarreling, it was the first time such a hostile scene appeared in the courtyard, so it made the little fellow feel very awkward. Therefore, after hearing Qin Ruoying's call, the little fellow directly ran away like Chenghua and Yiji. Sister, you judge. Do you think what I said makes sense? Qin Shuiqing had long known about Qin Ruoying's memory loss, but because she was now angry, she wanted to pull Qin Ruoying, such a strong foreign aide, to support her. After hearing Qin Shuiqing's question, Qin Ruoying, who had already walked up the stairs of the west wing, also stopped. But unfortunately, Qin Ruoying didn't intend to turn back to support her. It's none of my business, you guys can quarrel slowly. After saying this sentence very calmly, Qin Ruoying took the bowl back to the room. Qin Shuiqing didn't have much reaction to this, because she already knew that with Qin Ruoying's current character, she wouldn't care about anyone other than Yan. And the reason why she still chose to ask Qin Ruoying was because she didn't want to continue to be in a deadlock with Shi. Therefore, after hearing Qin Ruoying's answer, Qin Shuiqing rolled her eyes at Shi, and then turned back to the east wing without looking back. This is great. In the courtyard, which was very lively just now, in the blink of an eye, only Shi was left alone. Shi was really depressed in his heart, but there was nowhere to vent, so he could only return to the guest room with a stomach full of resentment like the two sisters. What could he do? Was he going to beat his sister-in-law? This was the first time that someone questioned Shi's education philosophy. Long before Qin Ruoying lost her memory, Shi had already discussed with Qin Ruoying whether to teach the little fellow to cultivate. Unlike Shi's firm attitude, Qin Ruoying's attitude at that time was somewhat ambiguous. She neither agreed nor opposed, as if she wanted to leave this decision to the little fellow herself. But how old was Yan? How could she understand what cultivation meant? It was also because of this that she never thought of teaching Yan cultivation. Qin Shuiqing's words seemed to be very reasonable, but she had never even had a boyfriend, so raising a child, she knew nothing. She sulked in the room, but after thinking about it, his mind was still haunted by Qin Shuiqing's powerful question. She is also a person with the ability to think independently. Please Please ask her if she agrees before you make a decision for her. Am I really meddling too much? Across the wall, she muttered to himself. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly got up and quickly left the room, then came to the outside of the west wing, and looked at the mother and daughter in the room through the window. In the room, the little fellow was holding a big bowl of porridge and slurping it. Qin Ruoying sat next to her and whispered from time to time, "Drink slowly, be careful not to choke." What a beautiful scene this was. Seeing this scene, Shi's depression in his heart suddenly disappeared. He silently waited outside the window. After the little fellow finished her breakfast, she looked back and saw that her father was still outside the room. She immediately became as happy as a little bird, opened her arms and threw herself directly into Shi's arms. "Dad, the porridge made by Mom is delicious. But Mom also said that you can't eat it. Dad, are you envious of me? Haha." Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh and pinch her little face, pretending to scare her. "Eat, eat, eat, all you know is to eat all day. Be careful, you will become a big fatty in the future. Then no one will like you. Why won't anyone like me if I become fat? Dad, didn't you say that you like me the most?" The little fellow pouted unhappily, as if she was angry. Seeing this, she could only quickly coax her. "Dad will definitely like you, no matter how you look in the future. In Dad's heart, Nian will always be the most beautiful girl in the world." After hearing Shi's answer, the little fellow rolled her big eyes and suddenly grinned. "What about Mom? Is Mom not beautiful?" "Mom is as beautiful as you." "Really? Of course, you are Mom's child. How could you look different from Mom?" "That's right. Then when I grow up, I will definitely be as beautiful as Mom." As if she had encountered something extremely happy, the little fellow giggled, which made she couldn't help but laugh foolishly with her. The father and daughter stood on the steps and whispered to each other. After Qin Ruoying cleaned up the table and prepared to go back to the kitchen to wash the dishes, she offered to help her wash the dishes. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruoying didn't even look at him. She carried the bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen, minding her own business. She had long been used to Qin Ruoying's current attitude, so he didn't take it to heart. Seeing that his wife didn't need his help, he carried the little fellow back to the guest room where he was currently staying. Just as he returned to the room, she put away the smile on his face, and with a very serious expression, he looked at the little fellow and asked, "Nian, tell Dad honestly. Do you like the things that Auntie taught you?" Hearing this, the little fellow blinked her eyes, as if she didn't quite understand the meaning of his words. Just as she expected, she was only a 6-year-old child. How could she understand what cultivation meant? It was like parents sending their children to learn music, art, and dance. Without the guidance of parents, no matter how talented a child was, it was impossible to be naturally interested in these things. And on this question, she did indeed make a mistake. That was, he had never let the little fellow come into contact with cultivation, so how could he judge whether the little fellow liked cultivation or not? His sister-in-law wasn't wrong. Since Nian was a person with the ability to think independently, then she should have her own choice. Just like learning music, art, and dance. There were no disadvantages to cultivation. Instead, there were countless benefits. So, on the premise that he had the resources in this area, why couldn't he leave the choice to the little fellow herself? If Nian liked it, he would teach her. If Nian didn't like it, then it was fine not to learn. Therefore, after thinking this point through, she very solemnly handed the choice to the little fellow. "Nian, tell Dad, do you want to learn?" 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 482. Do you want to learn? The little fellow was not used to she being so serious. Therefore, while she was thinking hard about the true meaning of this sentence, she couldn't help but put her thumb in her mouth. While sucking on her finger, she tilted her head and seriously thought about her father's words. "You're not allowed to eat your finger." She saw the little fellow's hesitation. Therefore, he gently removed the little fellow's finger from her mouth and hugged her in his arms. Then, using a very gentle tone, he asked again, "Don't be afraid. Just tell Daddy if you want to learn or not. If you want to learn, Daddy will teach you." I promise I'll teach you better than Auntie. After hearing Chun-Shi's words, the little fellow finally reacted. She rubbed her head against Chun-Shi's shoulder a few times before hesitantly replying, "Yes." Her voice fell. Without waiting for Chun-Shi's reply, the little fellow looked up nervously and asked, "Daddy, is learning to dance very difficult? There are many children in our class learning to dance. They say learning to dance is very, very tiring and very painful. I'm not afraid of being tired, but I'm afraid of pain." The little fellow's voice became softer and softer until it was almost inaudible like a mosquito. At this moment, Chun-Shi finally understood her thoughts. After all this time, the child actually understood learning martial arts as learning to dance. Chun-Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the little fellow's reluctant look, Chun-Shi could not help but smile and rub her little head. Then, he carried her to the bed and said to her with a serious face, "Nian, you have to know. No matter what you learn before you learn it, it will be a very difficult and tiring process. So before you choose to learn, you have to make up your mind and confirm if you can really endure this hardship. If you feel tired and tiring halfway through learning, or even unwilling to learn anymore, then no matter if you learn to dance, learn to draw, or learn anything else, you are destined to achieve nothing. So you must remember what I said to you today. There is only one way to fail, and that is to give up halfway. Once you've made your choice, you have to persevere no matter how hard it is. Do you understand?" Chun-Shi tried his best to speak slowly so that the little fellow could hear every word he said. After hearing this, the little fellow's reaction was just as Chun-Shi had expected. After all, Nian had never been a spoiled child who was afraid of hardship and fatigue. She could understand and distinguish right from wrong. Therefore, when Chun-Shi asked her again if she wanted to learn, the little girl's hesitation disappeared and turned into determination. Yes. Whether it was learning martial arts or dancing, it was fine. The little fellow's attitude was what Chun-Shi really cared about. Since she had already made up her mind, how could Chun-Shi stop her? "All right, then Daddy will teach you personally. Remember, don't listen to your aunt in the future. Jingle, jingle, jingle. What does she know? Daddy can flatten her with one hand. Come. Sit down first. Daddy will teach you how to draw chi into your body. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all." Chun-Shi finally began to teach the little fellow cultivation. Of course, the things he taught were completely different from what Qin Xueqing taught. Qin Xueqing only wanted to teach the little fellow martial arts, but Chun-Shi directly taught her the immortal cultivation method. So the question was, why didn't her sister-in-law directly teach the little fellow the immortal cultivation method that Chun-Shi taught her? Instead, she only taught the little fellow some basic skills of tendons and bones. One had to know that her sister-in-law had been a heavenly being for a long time and was already considered a real immortal cultivator. The reason why she didn't directly teach the little fellow cultivation was actually because she had considered Chun-Shi's attitude towards this matter. Therefore, she used martial arts as an excuse to indirectly remind Chun-Shi. The child was not young anymore, so she naturally knew what to do and what not to do. Since cultivation was not harmful to the little fellow, and it could even strengthen her body and enhance her physique, why didn't she learn it? Swords and sabers were innocent, and sins were all caused by people's hearts. Qin Xueqing's point of view was not wrong, so although she had a sour face all day long, her heart was warm. Chun-Shi was afraid that the little fellow would accidentally hurt other children at school, but with the little fellow's current wisdom, how could she bully others for no reason? After all, she was now a class leader, a young pioneer, and a candidate for the school's 3 good students. Under Chun-Shi's careful guidance, the little fellow embarked on her own journey of cultivation in a daze. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu'er hurried to Earth with her reinforcements. Unlike Tuoba Xiu'er's excitement, although Tobague was also very excited, he was more nervous and puzzled in his heart. There were too many rumors about the Dubhe ruins, so even though Tobague was now in this peaceful galaxy, he still felt like he was in a dream. Out of safety considerations, Tobague didn't send out any death warriors to explore the planets. Instead, he used his divine sense to quickly sweep the planets. After determining that there were no signs of surging heaven and earth spiritual energy, he hurried to the next planet. Their journey here had been too smooth. It was different from the mountains of knives, seas of fire, and hellish danger that people had always imagined. The so-called Dubhe ruins was in fact an ordinary galaxy that couldn't be more ordinary. There was only one star in this galaxy, and although the rest of the planets were large, they weren't life planets at all. There wasn't even a bit of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the periphery. There was no spiritual energy, no life. Naturally, it was impossible to give birth to any ancient vicious beasts, evil spirits, or other such terrifying existences. Therefore, Tobagwe couldn't help but wonder if he had come to the wrong place. How could such a broken place be called an Empyrean forbidden area? Could it be his cultivation was too low so he couldn't discern the mystery? Tobagwe was really puzzled. But at this time, the lookout who had been standing at the bow of the ship and observing the situation suddenly cried out in alarm. "Look, there's someone there." The moment Tobagwe heard these words, it was as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly shot up from his chair and flew to the bow of the ship at the fastest speed he had ever flown in his life. "Where is it?" Before Tobagwe arrived, Tobagwe's voice had already sounded in the lookout's ear. The lookout pointed. Just as Tobagwe was about to speak, Tobagwe had already turned and rushed to the helm of the ship. "Turn the helm and head to that planet. From now on, listen to my orders in all matters. Don't make a move without permission. If the situation changes, I will use the cup as a signal to kill all of you. Remember, remember." As Tobagwe issued a series of orders, the incomparably huge star Cha also turned around and flew towards the seemingly small moon. Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 483. Ever since his family moved to the moon, Yuan Tianzuan seemed to have accepted his fate. Because he knew very well that, with the remaining strength of Tiandu, it was impossible to match Chen Shi, who had already become a supreme being. Therefore, he chose to compromise and instead put all his energy into presiding over the reconstruction of Tiandu. Did you see that? The enemy was on that blue planet. But what should we rely on to find the other party for revenge? Was it because of the resentment and anger in the heart that had nowhere to vent? Or was it because of the ridiculous self-esteem that faced death with equanimity and would rather die than live in disgrace? Therefore, whenever someone questioned why he was silent, Yuan Tianzuan's reply was always so calm and objective. Did he really have no resentment in his heart? How was that possible? If it were not for Chen Shi, Yuan Tianzuan would still be the head of the 10 celestial lords, ruling the tens of millions of descendants of ancient cultivators in the world alone. But now, tens of millions of people had already turned into smoke, and only a few thousand people were left, relying on their strong cultivation base to survive the catastrophe. What did this mean? It meant that Tiandu had no future. Could it be possible to rebuild a complete Tiandu with only the remaining celestial lords, divine generals, and celestial lords? What a joke! Therefore, Yuan Tianzuan's greatest wish now was not to kill Chen Shi, but to be able to see Tiandu blossom in its former glory in his lifetime. In order to achieve this goal, Yuan Tianzuan lowered his always high head to Chen Shi. As for whether others could understand his approach, it was not something he needed to worry about. Yuan Tianzuan decided to rebuild a new imperial palace on the moon. There was no Dragon Head Peak here, so he chose the highest mountain on the far side of the moon, and the materials were all taken from the ruins of Saturn's ring, which could be considered as making good use of waste. On this day, as usual, Yuan Tianzuan stood on the top of the mountain, silently examining the ugly new home in front of him. All of a sudden, he sensed a strong spiritual qi fluctuation above his head. Yuan Tianzuan subconsciously thought that it was Chen Shi again, so his face was immediately covered with a layer of frost. However, what Yuan Tianzuan didn't expect was, he raised his head, but what he saw was not Chen Shi's detestable smile, but a strange ship with a strange appearance and an incomparably large size. This ship was as big as a ship on the sea. At the same time that Yuan Tianzuan discovered the ship, the people on the ship seemed to have discovered him as well. Thus, the huge ship sped towards his location. In the blink of an eye, the giant ship landed about 500 meters away from the surface of the moon. and this distance of 500 meters just happened to be the edge of Chun Shi's seal. The people on the boat seemed to know that there was a seal here. As soon as the ship stopped, a figure flew out from it. The person who came was Tobagaway. Tobagaway's cultivation was only at Yuanying, so as he got closer and closer to the moon, his mood became more and more nervous, because he saw the Star Lords and Divine Generals who were busy on the ground, and he also felt an incomparably strong true essence fluctuation from these people. These people in front of him were all existences above Golden Core. And looking at their busy posture, it seemed that they were doing some of the lowest level of manual labor. Using Golden Core Yuanying as manual labor? After seeing this scene, Tobagaway was really frightened. The cultivation of this person in front of me is unfathomable. I can't feel a trace of true essence fluctuation from him. And looking at this person's expression and posture, it seems that he is supervising the work of these people? Could it be this person is the master of the Dubhe ruins? In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Tobagaway's mind. He saw Yuhuan Tianzuan, and Yuhuan Tianzuan also saw him. This was the gaze of an Empyrean. At that moment, Tobagaway felt a pressure like a falling stone smashing into his heart. So, he immediately cupped his fists towards Yuhuan Tianzuan and bowed. Then he said in a clear voice, "Junior Tobagaway greets Senior." Yuhuan Tianzuan didn't answer. He was like an aloof emperor. After sizing up Tobagaway, he looked at the giant ship to the side. Seeing Yuhuan Tianzuan not speak, Tobagaway thought that his trespassing on the Dubhe ruins had angered him. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately added, "I have long heard of the Dubhe ruins' reputation. Today I trespassed on this precious land for a reason. I hope Senior won't blame me." Tobagaway lowered his posture to a very low level. Even so, Yuhuan Tianzuan still didn't respond. Tobagaway thought that Yuhuan Tianzuan was deliberately putting on airs for him to see. So, he bowed his head towards Yuhuan Tianzuan again and said, "A few days ago, Junior's two unworthy nephews trespassed on this precious land because they were young and ignorant. Now that there is no news of them, my family is a little worried. After several discussions, my family's elders sent Junior to look for traces of them. My children are young and ignorant. If they have disturbed you, I hope Senior won't blame them. Here, Tobagaway, I apologize to Senior on their behalf." As Lin Ming's voice fell, Tobagaway still maintained his bowing posture. He seemed to be waiting for Yuhuan Tianzuan's reply. In truth, this was also a kind of probe. He was probing Yuhuan Tianzuan's attitude towards these intruders so that Tobagaway could think of a way to deal with them. From beginning to end, Yuhuan Tianzuan didn't respond. Even the expression on his face didn't change. In fact, it wasn't that Yuhuan Tianzuan was deliberately putting on airs to give Tobagaway a show of strength. The reason he didn't respond was because Yuhuan Tianzuan didn't understand Tobagaway's words at all. Tobagaway's accent was somewhat similar to ancient Chinese. It gave off a strange feeling. Yuhuan Tianzuan remained calm on the surface, but the truth was that he was seriously deducing in his mind. It wasn't until he truly understood Tobagaway's words that Yuhuan Tianzuan finally opened his mouth and spoke. "You? Where did you come from?" Reporting to Senior, this junior comes from the Supreme Palace Enclosure, the Bagaway family. Supreme Palace Enclosure? What is that place? As Yuhuan Tianzuan spoke, he flew up into the sky. He seemed to be very interested in Tobagaway, so he went straight to the top of the seal almost at the same level as Tobagaway. Tobagaway didn't know the secret, so he immediately bowed and said, "Reporting to Senior, the Supreme Palace Enclosure is just outside the Tianshu ruins. If Xingcha flies at full speed, it will only take 2 days to reach it." "Is that so?" Yuhuan Tianzuan nodded calmly, as if he wasn't very interested in Tobagaway's answer. Immediately afterward, he suddenly pointed to the giant ship not far away and slowly asked, "Is this the Xingcha you speak of?" Hearing this, Tobagaway subconsciously looked in the direction that Emperor Yuhuan was pointing at, and then quickly replied, "That's right." Before Tobagaway's voice fell, he suddenly felt an incomparably massive amount of true essence rush towards him from behind. It turned out that Yuhuan Tianzuan actually took advantage of the moment he turned around and directly launched an attack at him. Chapter 484. Tobagwe never thought that Yuan Tianzun would suddenly attack him, and even use a sneak attack, completely disregarding his identity. Therefore, when he noticed something strange behind him, it was too late to resist. Just like the acupuncture points in Wuxia novels, Emperor Yuan's hold-body technique, which had been accumulating power for a long time, was unleashed. Tobagwe immediately froze in place as if he had been hit by the sunflower acupuncture point technique. Tobagwe tried to break free, but the difference in cultivation between him and Yuan Tianzun was too great, so he couldn't break free for a while. Seeing this, Tobagwe immediately turned hostile and cursed. "I called you senior in vain, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable and shameless." Tobagwe kept cursing. Seeing the sudden change of events, the entourage he brought with him this time jumped out from Xingcha and tried to come to the rescue. But soon, these followers all stopped what they were doing and floated several hundred meters away from Tobagwe with blank expressions on their faces. They only had a few hundred gold core cultivators on their side, and at most 3 to 5 yuanying. But what about the other side? There were thousands of divine generals and star lords, and 6 Empyreans who appeared out of nowhere, standing directly in a row with Yuan Tianzun. What was going on? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. No one dared to take a step forward. Even Tuoba Shoer was stunned in place. She was naive, but she was definitely not stupid. In this tense situation, there was no need to guess. Her father should have accidentally angered the other side. So, Tuoba Shoer, who didn't know what was going on, immediately walked out of the crowd and carefully came to Tobagwe's side. She followed her father and bowed respectfully to Yuan Tianzun. "The Tuoba family didn't mean to offend Senior. Please let my father go." Hearing this, Heavenly Venerate Yuan, who had a cold expression on his old face earlier, smiled and replied with a chuckle. "You are guests from afar, so why would this old man make things difficult for you?" After all, Tuoba Shoer was still inexperienced, so she couldn't understand Yuan Tianzun's strange behavior. Just as she stood rooted to the ground, thinking about how to resolve this conflict, Tobagwe, who was bound to the side, seemed as if he had suddenly discovered a secret. He couldn't help but shout out in shock, "Shoer, don't be afraid. They can't hurt father. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Get away from this formation. Just now, I only thought that this was the mountain protection array that you guys had set up. I didn't expect that. This formation is actually a prison used to imprison you." Tobagwe came from a branch family. Since he was able to serve as a commander of the clan at such a young age, he naturally wasn't an idiot. Just like how Yuan Tianzun had been observing him, he had also been observing Yuan Tianzun. Tobagwe always felt that something was wrong. It wasn't until Yuan Tianzun made a move and the divine generals and star lords leapt out from below, but not a single one of them managed to pass through the array formation, that Tobagwe finally regained his composure. The truth was similar to what he had guessed. How was this a mountain protection array? It was simply an entrapment array that only allowed people to enter and not leave. When Chun Shi had laid down the array formation, he hadn't used any special magic treasures or flags. Thus, the strength of this array formation wasn't very high. It was also because of this that Tobagwe had mistakenly thought that this was a mountain protection array. Otherwise, with Heaven Capital's current strength, it wasn't impossible for them to escape from it. But this place was so close to Earth. If they really tried to break the array formation, they would inevitably alarm Chun Shi, the one who had laid down the array formation. Before they could succeed in breaking the array formation, the great Demon King would have already descended to the moon to deal with them. And the reason that Emperor Yuan was able to capture Tobagwe through the great array formation was entirely because his cultivation was far higher than Tobagwe's. Thus, he was able to mobilize the world's heaven and earth spiritual energy to capture Tobagwe. It was like a tourist playing with a tiger through a fence, and then accidentally having his clothes bitten by the tiger. It looked terrifying, but there wasn't any danger at all. In the worst case, he could just tear his clothes and give them to the tiger. With Tobagwe's cultivation, Yuan Tianzun could only hold him for an incense stick of time. After an incense stick of time, he would naturally be able to escape. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Tobagwe completely calmed down. He calmly said, Senior's cultivation is profound. If you insist on keeping this junior here to chat with you, then it is not impossible. But if you have other requests, then please forgive this junior for not accompanying you. Seeing Tabague put on an appearance like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, Emperor Yuhuan didn't feel offended in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Since you've already seen through the clues, then this old man will also be blunt. Actually, you don't need to make wild guesses. The reason this old man captured you is only to ask you a few questions. I hope you can answer truthfully." There were many people in Tiandu. Tabague didn't dare to tear apart Yuhuan Tianzuan, lest he cause more trouble. Therefore, after hearing Yuhuan Tianzuan's words, Tabague immediately replied, "Senior, please speak. This junior promises to tell you everything he knows." In fact, Tabague had already made up his mind. No matter what Yuhuan Tianzuan said next, he would never take half a step closer to this great array formation. As long as he could endure until the body lock technique was lifted, he would immediately take his people and leave this damned place. The reason was simple. Even a fierce character like Yuhuan Tianzuan was imprisoned here. Then what kind of terrifying existence was the one who imprisoned him? So even if Tabague was given 10 times the courage, he still wouldn't explore the Dubhe ruins. Tabague honestly waited for Yuhuan Tianzuan to ask his questions. But after waiting for a while, Yuhuan Tianzuan seemed to have finished discussing with the other Empyreans. Then, he finally asked his first question. First question: how is my Tiandu's strength? How is it compared to your Tuoba family? Tiandu's strength is valiant, superior to the Tuoba family by 30%. Second question: with Tiandu's strength, what is its position in the Supreme Palace enclosure? Hearing this, Tabague couldn't help but be stunned. At this point in time, he had also vaguely guessed Heavenly Venerate Yuhuan's objective. Therefore, his originally relaxed state of mind became tense again. It is in the top 3, but if it is compared with Jade Clear Grotto Heaven, Tiandu may be slightly inferior. After hearing this, Yuhuan Tianzuan's face suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. He probably didn't expect that, with Tiandu's strength, it was actually not the top force in the Supreme Palace enclosure. But this was also good, because only in this way could he be more confident in achieving his goal. So, after Yuhuan Tianzuan was silent for a while, he finally asked his third question. Third question: if my Tiandu is willing to unite with the Tuoba family in the form of marriage, can the Tuoba family accept my Tiandu to enter the Supreme Palace enclosure and become a force for the Tuoba family? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 485. Enter the Supreme Palace enclosure. After hearing these words, even though Tabague had a premonition in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy at this moment. Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan was really frank and straightforward, not hiding the thoughts in the depths of his heart at all. Was he tempted? Of course he was. So even though Tabague was not the head of the Tuoba family, he subconsciously stood from the perspective of the head of the family and began to seriously consider Yuhuan Tianzuan's proposal. But unfortunately, such an important decision wasn't something that Tabague could easily make. Therefore, after pondering for a while, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and then nervously replied, Reporting to Senior. This is a serious matter. Junior's words carry little weight and my weight in the family is limited. Please forgive me for not being able to give you an immediate answer. How about this? Junior will immediately set off to return to the Supreme Palace enclosure and report this matter to the head of the family. If the head of the family has this intention, then Junior will ask him to personally come and discuss the details with you. What does Senior think? Tabague was indeed tempted, but he wasn't stupid. With Heaven Capital's background, why would they need to rely on others and even take the initiative to propose an alliance with the Tuoba family? Could it be that Heaven Capital needed the protection of the Tuoba family to gain a foothold in the Supreme Palace enclosure? How was that possible? Divine generals, star lords, and even the 7 Empyreans. Although the world was big, where couldn't one call home? Therefore, Yuhuan Tianzuan wasn't trying to form an alliance with the Tuoba family at all. but to divert the Tuoba family and even the entire Supreme Palace enclosure's influence to oppose the master of the Dubhe ruins. Heaven Capital's strength was already terrifying. Then, how terrifying was the great figure that imprisoned them? This great figure should be the true master of the Dubhe ruins, right? Seeking luck and avoiding disaster was everyone's nature. Therefore, after thinking about it several times, Tobague finally decided to stay out of it. So even if Yuan Tianzun used Heaven Capital as a bargaining chip, Tobague didn't dare to easily get involved. Tobague tried to be perfunctory, but how could Yuan Tianzun be so easily fooled? Thus, after seeing the hesitation on Tobague's face, Yuan Tianzun immediately gave him a strong dose of medicine. Tobague was so frightened that he nearly broke free from his shackles. Go back and report to the patriarch. Haha. If this old man is not wrong with your aptitude, it will probably take you another 300 to 500 years to successfully advance to the celestial venerable realm. Since that's the case, let's make a deal. As long as you agree to this old man's request, this old man can guarantee that you will become a heavenly venerable within 60 years. What do you think? After hearing these words, Tobague was thoroughly shocked. Yuan Tianzun's words were tactful enough. In reality, how could he not know how capable he was? Not to mention 300 to 500 years, even if he spent his entire life with his talent, he might not be able to successfully advance to Empyrean. Therefore, after hearing Yuan Tianzun promise that he could successfully advance to Empyrean within 60 years, Tobague's heart was finally moved. I don't know what Senior's request is. If it is not beyond the scope of this junior's ability, this junior can give it a try. Hearing this, Yuan Tianzun's face suddenly revealed a satisfied smile. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. As long as you agree to this old man's request. This old man can even make a heart demon oath here, guaranteeing that I will fulfill my promise in the future. So, can we talk openly and honestly now? After a detailed discussion, Tobague and Yuan Tianzun finally reached a consensus. Yuan Tianzun's request was very simple. That was, Tobague would send out death warriors to wreak havoc on Earth in order to contain Chen Shi. At the same time, Yuan Tianzun would gather everyone's strength and take advantage of this opportunity to break the seal of the Great Array. As long as the Great Array was broken, the remnants of Tiandu would immediately board the giant ship and leave the Dubhe ruins with Tobague. Wasn't the plan simple? Whether this seemingly simple plan could be carried out smoothly or not, in fact, it would depend on how much Yuan Tianzun knew about Chen Shi. Chen Shi was indeed a supreme, but he was not an omniscient and omnipotent god. As long as Tobague followed the plan and simultaneously launched a destructive attack on Earth from all directions, then, would Chen Shi rush over to stop them from breaking the array as soon as possible? Or would he rush over to deal with those ants that dared to cause trouble in his territory? For Yuan Tianzun, the ancient immortal cultivators represented by Tiandu were obviously the true masters of Earth. Therefore, the Homo evolutus living on Earth were nothing more than ants to him. If it wasn't for Chen Shi stopping him in time, causing him to fail in building the Soul Bridge, then Tiandu should have successfully descended to Earth by now. Once Tiandu succeeded in descending, what followed would inevitably be a massacre that would sweep across the globe. Dynasties would change, rivers and mountains would change masters. A new regime would always be built on the corpses of countless people. With Yuan Tianzun's understanding of Chen Shi, he could basically be sure that, once Earth was threatened, Chen Shi would inevitably solve it as soon as possible. Then, they could use this opportunity to break the seal and fly freely in the sky. Yuan Tianzun used the entire Tiandu as a bargaining chip and the Empyrean realm as bait. Not only did he satisfy the collective interests of the Tuoba family, but he also satisfied Tobague's personal interests. Then what reason did Tobague have not to take the risk? Take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a gamble and turn yellow soil into gold. Under Tobague's command, all the death warriors he brought with him were dispatched. In order to ensure the success of the plan, Tobague gave all his magic weapons to these death warriors, hoping that they could delay Chen Shi for a while. Tuoba Xiao didn't know what agreement her father and Yuan Tianzun had reached. However, when she saw those small star carts, each carrying 3 to 5 men of sacrifice, she faintly had a bad premonition in her heart. "Father, what are you doing?" Tuoba Shoer wanted to know the details. But what she didn't expect was her father, who had always been very gentle to her, seemed to have changed at this moment. Not only did he not answer her question, but he impatiently locked her in the cabin. "Father, what's wrong with you? Let me out." Tuoba Shoer struggled with all her might. But the cabin door had been set up by Tobagawe, so she couldn't go out at all. Seeing that Tobagawe didn't respond for a long time, Tuoba Shoer finally gave up this futile struggle. Then, she silently went to a porthole and looked at the blue planet not far away through the porthole. She stared at the planet in a daze. Suddenly, a strong true essence fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate suddenly surged out from the side. Tuoba Shoer quickly looked down and saw a group of people led by Yuan Tianzuan floating at the edge of the array, attacking it with all their strength. Their plan. It began. Chapter 486. Tobagawe had brought a total of 200 death warriors with him, but unfortunately, the average cultivation of these death warriors wasn't high. Besides a few golden cores, most of them were at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, in addition to these death warriors, Tobagawe had to sacrifice most of his followers in order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan. Although most of these followers were from the side branches of the Tuoba family, they were still considered to be from the same branch as Tobagawe. Some of them even called him grandfather. It was precisely because of this that when Tobagawe made this decision, his heart was actually dripping blood. This was the so-called success of a general was built on the bones of 10,000. In the face of absolute benefits, the only thing Tobagawe could do was silently make a promise in his heart. He promised that he would treat the family of these followers well in the future. This was an unavoidable sacrifice for the sake of a great cause. Tobagawe believed that, once the plan succeeded, as a party to this transaction, he would obtain an unimaginable interest. In fact, as long as he could smoothly become an Empyrean, then with the support of Yuan Tianzuan, Tobagawe could even choose to establish his own family and become a rising power comparable to the Tuoba family. In order to lure Tobagawe into the trap, Yuan Tianzuan had even directly made a heart demon oath in front of him. In the face of such generous transaction conditions and such an honest transaction partner, how could Tobagawe not be moved? Of course, there were risks. Since he chose to stand on Yuan Tianzuan's side, it meant that he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of the master of the Dubhe ruins. Once the plan failed, Tobagawe didn't need to think to know how miserable his fate would be. Even so, Tobagawe chose to stand on the side of benefits. Only children could distinguish between right and wrong. Adults only looked at benefits. In the face of absolute benefits, some people could even betray their own flesh and blood, let alone distant relatives 3 or 5 generations away. Therefore, the Tuoba family's action team set out according to plan. In order to delay as much time as possible, Tobagawe ordered 3 people to form a group. Each group would drive a small star car to ensure that when they were intercepted, they wouldn't be shot down by the other side. These small star cars weren't high-grade, so they didn't have the ability to jump through space. However, even at full speed, his speed was still comparable to that of a Yuanian cultivator. Thus, not long after these over 100 teams set out, Tobagawe received a reply from each team. The various groups were already in position. They were only waiting for Tobagawe's order. Then, these warriors from Supreme Palace Enclosure would immediately enter the atmosphere, setting off a storm of blood and dismembered limbs. Tobagawe turned to look at the moon not too far away. After quickly communicating with Yuan Tianzuan through divine sense, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to the other teams in a voice that was close to a roar. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" As the battle cries rang out one after another, the Xingcha ships rushed towards the land below at the fastest speed, as if they were racing a dragon boat. In an instant, 100 barges strive against the current, the one who strives first. 1,000 sails are launched, and the one who advances bravely wins. Perhaps this could also be considered a war. The soldiers did not need to think about how this war started, nor did they need to think about what role they played in this war. They only needed to do one thing, and that was, according to Tobagawe's instructions, they would launch an inhumane massacre of all life on this planet. The first to be attacked was not the United States with powerful armaments, but Wuxia, because the Western Earth's altitude was higher, and Mount Everest was nearby. A Xingcha ship landed along Mount Everest and soon arrived at Shigatse. Just like the song My Hometown in Shigatse: the blue sky is filled with white clouds, and the beautiful river is filled with green waves. An eagle flies by here, leaving behind a moving song. It was the pearl of the plateau and was also known as the most beautiful manor. But on this day, this beautiful manor was destined to be baptized by war and completely turned into scorched ruins. The person in charge of this Xingcha ship was Tuobague's most capable follower, Tuoba Hong. In modern terms, although Tuoba Hong also had the blood of the Tuoba family, he had long been out of the family, so he could not be regarded as the blood of the Tuoba family. Naturally, he did not have the qualifications to worship the ancestors of the Tuoba family. Here was what needed to be mentioned. Whether it was the Tuoba family, the Shenyuan family, or the Dongfang family, there were too many people like Tuoba Hong. Their birth status was far lower than the average Tuoba family member, so they needed to work harder than most people, and even risk their lives. As long as they could get the approval of the family, then they could marry a direct woman of the Tuoba family, and through this way of marriage they could consolidate and improve their status in the family. And this was the common promotion mechanism in big families. Even Tuobague wanted to climb up, so how could Tuoba Hong, who was at the bottom of the family, not want to climb up? Therefore, after Tuoba Hong received the order from Tuobague, he was more excited than anyone else. It was like soldiers only cared about when the military pay was paid. In Tuoba Hong's eyes, this was not a war at all, but a great thing for him to get credit for. Since Tuobague had clearly stated that he wanted to kill everyone on this planet, then he would kill. The more he killed, the better. Tuoba Hong came to the sky above Shigatse, and after glancing at the city below, he could not help but show a satisfied smile. This is it, let's start. His tone was calm, but the expression on his face was particularly excited. After seeing his two companions nodding in response, Tuoba Hong could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart, and directly stood on the bow of the ship and made a gesture. 5 elements spell, Raging Inferno. This spell was temporarily taught to everyone by Tuobague. After all, compared to the 4 elements of metal, wood, water, and earth, the fire element spell was obviously stronger in terms of destructive power. And with Tuoba Hong's brazen move, a flame comparable to the scorching sun appeared over the city out of thin air. The area of the flame was as big as a basketball court. Before it fell to the ground, a heat wave swept over the city. Fire! Fire! Put out the fire! The flame hit an apartment building, and the fire instantly engulfed the entire building. The sudden fire seemed to have alarmed the entire city. People rushed to the streets and looked up blankly in the direction of the rising smoke. But just when everyone looked up to watch the fun, one after another, huge flames, like flints thrown by ancient catapults, crazily smashed into the center of the city in front of everyone. Why did flames suddenly fall from the sky? Was this a natural disaster? Or was it the wrath of God? No one knew the reason, just as no one could see Tuoba Hong in the sky. The devout believers immediately knelt on the ground, wailing and begging Buddha for forgiveness. But they didn't even have time to complete the ritual, and their bodies had been completely engulfed by the fire. Cool. So cool. Let's go to the next place. Tuoba Hong laughed and glanced at the city below, then directly called his companions and left. No way, this planet was too big. They had few people, so naturally it was impossible to really kill them all. So after a fire hurriedly burned Shigatse, Tuoba Hong immediately turned the bow and sailed all the way to India according to the previously established route. And this was the action plan drawn up by Tuobague in order to contain Chunxi. Wherever Xingcha passed, it would become a purgatory of fire in the world. Chapter 487. One after another, Xingcha landed all over the world. While Tuoba Hong was burning Shigatse, the rest of the teams also launched an attack on the cities below. From the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, from Asia to Africa, from Wuxia to the United States, from Shigatse to Kathmandu, any city with a large population was bound to become the priority target of Tuoba Hong and his team. Everything was as Yuan Tianzuan said. The indigenous people on this planet were too weak. If it weren't for Chen Shi, who came out of nowhere, the Earth would have long become Tiandu's new home. In order to successfully persuade Taoba Gui, Yuan Tianzuan provided the Shadow Stone they had left when they fought with Chen Shi in the outside world. The Shadow Stone recorded the entire process of the fight between the two sides in detail. And this was obviously what really moved Taoba Gui. Chen Shi fought with Tiandu twice. The first time ended with the mysterious woman's rescue, and the second time ended with Yuan Tianzuan opening the Sun-Moon-Star array. With Yuan Tianzuan's character, how could he honestly give both Shadow Stones to Taoba Gui? Compared with Tiandu, Chen Shi's biggest disadvantage was not strength, but influence. Although Chen Shi's personal strength was strong, he was only one person after all, not a large organization with many eyes and ears and followers. He came alone. He also went alone. Even if he could block millions of lions with one sword, it was still difficult to resist the treachery behind his back. Everything was going according to plan. Therefore, at the same time that Tao Bahong and his team launched the attack, Yuan Tianzuan on the moon also began their operation to break the array. With the 7 Sky Lords as the leader, the Divine Generals and Star Lords as the assistants. With all their strength, they broke through this array. When the surging true essence collided with the array, Chen Shi finally noticed the strangeness. At this moment, he was accompanying the little guy in the yard to find the sense of qi, and teaching the little guy how to draw qi into the body and refine the essence into qi. The sudden change suddenly made Chen Shi slightly absent-minded. However, Chen Shi didn't even have time to figure out the reason carefully. The little guy's slightly puzzled voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Dad, look there. What is that? Is the sun falling?" Hearing this, Chen Shi quickly raised his head and looked in the direction the little guy was pointing. But he saw that in the sky thousands of meters high, a huge flame appeared out of thin air. Looking from a distance, the flame was like the sun, smashing towards Shangjing City at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but be startled. But soon after, a burst of uncontrollable anger suddenly rose in his heart. You're courting death." Since the seal had been touched, it meant that Yuan Tianzuan was forcefully breaking through the formation. So Chen Shi obviously did not take the sudden appearance of the fire in front of him to heart. With a ruthless howl, a long sword formed from true essence appeared out of thin air above the courtyard. Then, like a meteor, the long sword instantly cut through the sky and shot straight towards the ball of flames. Bam! With a muffled sound, the ball of flames completely turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated. Fortunately, it was afternoon and the sun was shining brightly in the sky, so not many people noticed the abnormality just now. "Nian, wait for me here obediently. Daddy will be right back." Just as Yuan Tianzuan had guessed, Chen Shi's first reaction was to rush to the moon to settle the score with him. However, as he soared into the sky and spread out his divine sense, Chen Shi suddenly discovered there were signs of true essence fluctuations in the air. Chen Shi followed these fluctuations all the way and almost instantly came to the front of one of the Xingcha. "Who are you? Why are you making trouble here?" After using true essence to forcibly stop the Xingcha, Chen Shi frowned and looked at the 3 people on the ship. Seeing this, the 3 men of sacrifice on the ship did not even bat an eyelid and directly launched the fiercest attack towards him. Courting death. These men of sacrifice were only at the gold core stage. In front of Chen Shi, they were not even ants. The current situation was urgent. Yuan Tianzuan was still breaking the formation, so Chen Shi did not have time to play the game of torture with them. So, he directly used a secret method on the 3 people on the ship. Soul snatching. Later, Chen Shi finally understood everything. Although these men of sacrifice were brainwashed every once in a while, they still clearly remembered the last order given by to Bagui, that was, kill. Wherever they go, kill without mercy. Since Chen Shi knew the cause and effect, there were only 2 choices in front of him. Either he immediately rushed to the moon and beheaded Tiandu on the spot, or he immediately rushed to all parts of the world to stop the killing of the Tuoba family's men of sacrifice. If he chose the former, then with the lethality of immortal cultivators to ordinary people, it was estimated that before Chen Shi succeeded in defeating the 7 Sky Lords, human beings would be declared extinct first, What a vicious plan. What a vicious heart. Yuan Tianzun was determined that he would not leave the earth alone. This was the angriest day in Chen Shi's life. On one hand, it was because Yuan Tianzun's behavior really touched his bottom line. On the other hand, it was completely because he was annoyed with his own inaction. Knowing that the 9-star alignment meant the opening of the seal, he did not make any defensive preparations in advance. The reason was very simple. Because Chen Shi had always prided himself as an ordinary person. So from the moment of his return, he only wanted to be like an ordinary person, to have an ordinary and happy family, to live an ordinary and happy life. Chen Shi had truly achieved a small recluse in the wild and a large recluse in the city. But it was precisely because of this he was found an opportunity by Yuan Tianzun and successfully exploited such a big loophole. Thinking of this, Chen Shi couldn't wait to rush to the moon immediately and tear Yuan Tianzun into pieces with his own hands, but the current situation forced him to stay on Earth. After all, if he delayed here for a second, another city might become a sea of fire. In the face of those ruthless immortal cultivators, what could the poor human beings do to resist? In desperation, Chen Shi had to look up in the direction of the moon, and fiercely gritted his teeth and directly made his heart demon oath. Yuan Tianzun, Yuan Tianzun. What a good Yuan Tianzun. Don't you like to make a heart demon oath? Then I, Chen Shi, will also make a heart demon oath today. If I don't kill you in this life, I swear that I am not human. His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were law. If there was any disobedience, there would be no hope for the heavenly law in this life. Chapter 488. It was broad daylight, and the universe was clear and bright. After Chen Shi made the heart demon oath, the clothes on his body suddenly puffed up. Subsequently, a surge of incomparably surging true essence, like a huge tide, suddenly spread out with Chen Shi's body as the center. They saw he stood alone above the 9 heavens. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, making flapping sounds. When the divine sword Dharma idol condensed and took shape, Chen Shi grabbed the sword hilt and took 7 steps in the air. After 7 steps, he suddenly pointed the long sword in his hand to the sky. At the same time, he shouted with a fierce expression, "Rise!" In an instant, tens of thousands of divine sword Dharma idols connected and formed beside him. When he raised his sword, tens of thousands of swords suddenly arrived. I'd like to see. Who on earth dares to behave atrociously in my territory? Before his voice fell, Chen Shi's entire person had completely turned into a stream of light, directly disappearing in midair. The densely packed divine sword Dharma idols followed closely behind Chen Shi. From afar, the long swords in the sky were like giant dragons dancing in the air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on any enemy they encountered along the way. Following the signs of vital essence fluctuations, Chen Shi killed all the way from North China to South China, and then from East China to West China. At that moment, he was the last guardian of this divine land. Under the absolute suppression of the realm, the men of sacrifice of the Tuoba family could not even see Chen Shi's appearance clearly. One after another, the long swords directly pierced through their bodies. At the same time, they destroyed the Xingcha that they relied on to survive. Chen Shi's speed was already fast enough, but there were still many cities that had completely turned into a sea of fire. Time was tight, and Chen Shi did not even have time to participate in the rescue operation of each city. Therefore, he could only hurriedly cause a storm over these cities. Then, he turned around and ran to the next target. Although the men of sacrifice of the Tuoba family were weak, they relied on their numbers and were scattered in every corner of the world. They acted almost at the same time. Therefore, by the time Chen Shi had completely wiped out the men of sacrifice in Wuxia, nearly 2 minutes had passed. This was simply a time race. Now, it was time to see who could reach the finish line first. At this time, far away near the moon, Tobague was also aware of the situation on Earth. Tobague had a magic tool in his hands. Through this magic tool, he could immediately know the situation of each follower. It had to be known that Tobague had sent out a total of 435 followers for this trip. After sending all these people out, There were only 15 people left, including Tuoba Shoer. Tobagwe had truly gone all out this time. But he never would have thought, from the moment these people set off to the moment they fell, the time it took to brew a cup of tea had not even passed. In such a short period of time, nearly 100 of his followers had perished. At this rate, it was estimated that the owner of the ruins, whom he had never met before, would kill his way to the moon in less than 30 minutes. Thus, when Tobagwe learned of this, the excitement on his face immediately turned into endless anxiety. It was too fast. These people had died too fast. In the shadow stone that Yuhuan Tianzuan had given to Tobagwe, Chen Shi's cultivation was only at the peak of soul formation. But with this speed, how could an Empyrean achieve it? From the beginning to the end, Tobagwe did not know what realm the enemy he was facing was at. Yuhuan Tianzuan had lied to him, saying that Chen Shi was only a gatekeeper, and that the pure sky saint ancestor was the culprit behind the imprisonment of Tiandu. For this reason, Yuhuan Tianzuan did not hesitate to make a heart demon oath to deceive Tobagwe. Tobagwe believed it, so he stood on Yuhuan Tianzuan's side. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to say so much. He could only blame himself for being greedy. He did not go to Earth to investigate in advance and listen to Yuhuan Tianzuan's side of the story. So even if Tobagwe regretted at this moment that he should not have believed Yuhuan Tianzuan's bewitchment, he had no choice but to release the arrow. Hurry! Hurry! He's going to kill us. Tobagwe stood at the bow of the ship and shouted crazily. While he was extremely anxious, how could Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan not be extremely nervous as well? Both sides were competing for time. Tobagwe had done everything he could. If he could not break through the array now, when Chen Shi was free, how would Tiandu deal with his anger? So Yuhuan Tianzuan's heart was not as relaxed as Tobagwe's. Under his command, after the Tiandu people failed to break through the array for the third time, Yuhuan Tianzuan finally could not help but look up to the sky and roar. Then he threw out the jade disc glass cup in his hand. The jade disc glass cup was a top treasure left behind by the pure sky saint ancestor. After Yuhuan Tianzuan ascended to the position of Empyrean, he used his own blood essence to refine this magic treasure. So, this magic treasure had long been related to his life. In the past, Yuhuan Tianzuan would never have been willing to detonate this rare treasure. But at this time he had no other choice. Therefore, after throwing out the jade disc glass cup in his hand, Yuhuan Tianzuan directly formed a seal. Bang! The moment the jade disc glass cup hit the array, the entire moon seemed to tremble. This supreme magic treasure that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years finally completed its final mission at this moment. From now on, the name of the three lanterns of heaven, earth, and man would only exist in legends. Under Yuhuan Tianzuan's unscrupulous attack, the array suddenly collapsed, turning into a burst of smoke and dissipating. Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan forcefully endured the impact to his divine soul from detonating his natal magic treasure. He turned around to look at the divine generals and star venerables behind him before abruptly swinging his sleeves and ordering everyone, "Let's go!" Then, with Yuhuan Tianzuan as the leader, the remnants of Tiandu rushed to the giant ship that carried their future. At the same time, Chen Shi, who was on Earth, also sensed everything. The moment the array was destroyed, he instinctively wanted to chase after them and stop them. But the raging fire in the city below made him stop in his tracks. Although he was confident that he could stop Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan's group, it was possible that those damned bastards would burn down another populous city. How to make a choice had really become a big problem. Chen Shi was really hesitant. But at this moment, a voice that was not inferior to the sound of nature suddenly rang in his ears. "Mr. Chen, I'm here to help you." Hearing this, Chen Shi quickly looked back. He saw that Jiang Yan was hurrying in his direction with 300 divine generals from Daiyu Island. The strength of Daiyu Island was not bad. Not only were they all golden core cultivators, but there were also many Yuanying among them. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Yan and his people appeared, Chen Shi could not help but smile. "Good that you're here. I owe you today, and I'll repay you in the future." Hearing Chen Shi's words, this cunning old man could not help but laugh. "Sir, you don't have to do this. The divine land gave birth to us. Now that our homeland is in danger, how can we stand by and do nothing? At this point, Jiang Yan suddenly changed the topic and asked in a probing tone, Sir, you seem to have something urgent to deal with? Why don't you leave this to us first? Those bastards are just divine generals. Why do you need to do it yourself? Okay, then I'll leave this to you. I'll be right back. Before her voice fell, Qianxi's entire person had already completely turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing before Jiang Yan's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Yan could not help but smile faintly. He looked at the sky thoughtfully, then waved his sleeves gently and calmly ordered the people behind him, Go, hurry up. Yes. Chapter 489. Yuhuan Tianzuan used the glass cup as the price and finally succeeded in breaking the array. At that moment, the most excited one was not Yuhuan Tianzuan, but Tabague, who had been waiting anxiously. Quick, quick, quick. Tabague stood at the bow of the ship and kept waving to everyone. In fact, at this time, why would he need to urge them? After the formation was broken, with Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan in the lead, the remaining several thousand people in Tiandu rushed toward the enormous star Cha in a grandiose manner. This was the third time Tiandu had to move. For the arrogant divine generals and star monarchs, when had they ever been in such a sorry state? Therefore, after everyone boarded the ship, they each found a corner and waited silently for the starship to start. The morale was a little low, but thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, she was like a dark cloud hanging over everyone's head. As long as they didn't escape from his clutches, this dark cloud would continue to bring endless trouble to people. Venerable, is everyone here? After Yuhuan Tianzuan boarded the ship, Tabague immediately put on a warm smile. Looking at his current flattering appearance, where was the calmness when bargaining with Yuhuan Tianzuan? Instead, he was more like a waiter in a tea house. This was the reality. It must be known that the sealed Yuhuan Tianzuan and the freed Yuhuan Tianzuan were two completely different concepts. Tabague was very smart, and of course he was also very sensible. Since Yuhuan Tianzuan had been freed, then the resentment that made him angry should naturally all turn into clouds and dissipate with the wind. So, Tabague instantly adjusted his mentality. From now on, his fate would be closely related to Yuhuan Tianzuan in front of him, and Emperor Yuhuan seemed to be very satisfied with Tabague's change from arrogance to respect. He nodded gently, and after looking thoughtfully at the blue planet in the distance, he directly ordered to Tabague, There's no time to lose. Let's go. Yes. After receiving Yuhuan Tianzuan's order, Tabague immediately rushed to the rudder, and then directly inserted the high-grade spirit stone that he had prepared in advance. With the continuous influx of spirit energy, the huge starship suddenly trembled slightly. Tabague turned the rudder, adjusted the direction, and shouted to everyone, We are about to set sail. Please sit tight. At that moment, Tabague was like Columbus returning from a rewarding journey. Although he had lost hundreds of loyal followers, compared to the harvest of this trip, what was that loss? As long as he successfully brought Yuhuan Tianzuan and the others back to Supreme Palace enclosure, then he would be the greatest meritorious service. What kind of impact would this have on the current situation of the Supreme Palace enclosure? Thinking of this, he couldn't help himself. But what Tabague didn't. Just as he gripped the rudder and was about to set off, a terrifying pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate suddenly came from afar. The strength of this pressure was enough to make one's legs go soft. What's more, there was obviously a monstrous killing intent. What's going on? Tabague was startled by this killing intent that seemed to have materialized into reality. After reacting, he wanted to control the starship enclosure to directly perform a space jump. But unfortunately, before the starship enclosure could perform a space jump, it must be in a high-speed flying state. So Tabague could only push the starship enclosure with all his strength, hoping to escape from this terrible place as soon as possible. The starship enclosure needed to be accelerated before it could perform a space jump, but Qian Shi, who had already mastered the true meaning of the word void, didn't need to. Therefore, after a few breaths of time, his figure had already appeared not far behind the starship enclosure, and was clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone on the ship. In everyone's sight, Chun Shi arrived suddenly on 10,000 swords, like a soaring dragon roaming in the void, like the Milky Way hanging upside down on 3 stone beams. Before he arrived, the strong and unparalleled pressure on his body had already pressed everyone to the point of suffocation. At that moment, a nightmare seemed to have become a reality. Everyone, listen to my order. Array. Unlike Tobagaway, who was at a loss, Yuan Tianzun was obviously mentally prepared to be caught up by Chun Shi in advance. Therefore, as soon as Chun Shi appeared, everyone on the ship launched an attack at him at the same time. In an instant, a dense amount of true Yuan Qi shot out like laser cannons, bringing along a dazzling stream of light as it smashed towards Chen Shi. Whether it was a Star Lord or a Divine General, everyone couldn't wait to use all their skills in an instant, only hoping that everyone could work together to strangle this terrible enemy here. In the face of so many people attacking at the same time, even Chun Shi didn't dare to face them head-on. Therefore, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Where is he? Where did he go? The killing move that everyone on the ship had been preparing for a long time missed just like that. No one knew where Chun Shi had gone, so they subconsciously turned their heads to look for her. Seeing this, Yuan Tianzun immediately raised his arms and shouted, "Don't panic! Be careful! Don't let down your guard. Although this person's cultivation is high, we have many people in Tiandu. He definitely won't dare to fight us head-on, so he can only hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack, trying to defeat us one by one. Everyone, don't be distracted. Don't fall into his tricks." After Yuan Tianzun said this, everyone calmed down, so they released their divine sense, hoping to find Chun Shi's trace in the first place. At this time, Yuan Tianzun suddenly turned around and asked to Bagawei anxiously, "How long will it take?" 3 breaths. Only 3 breaths. Note, 1 breath is about 2 to 3 seconds. Tobagaway gave a very positive reply. Xing Cha had been accelerating. As long as she successfully accelerated to the state of space jump, then even if Chun Shi was a supreme, he wouldn't be able to attack them in this state. In fact, from the moment he saw Tobagaway, Yuan Tianzun had already made various plans in his heart. According to Tobagaway's description, there should be many supreme-level existences in Supreme Palace enclosure. Therefore, if Chun Shi was really determined to pursue and beat them up today, Heavenly Venerable Yuan would at most drag the battlefield to Supreme Palace enclosure. He didn't believe that no one could stop Chun Shi. Heavenly Venerate Yuan had calculated everything, but the only thing he hadn't expected was, in order to kill him, Chun Shi didn't even hesitate to make a heart demon oath. Therefore, the moment he talked to Tobagaway, Chun Shi's figure appeared from the void. This was the anger from Wuxia's bloodline. Of all the things Emperor Yuan shouldn't have done, the thing he shouldn't have done the most was to treat the lives of mortals as grass. Thus he had to die. The moment Chun Shi appeared, the long sword in his hand drew a cold light in the air. Moonlight Sword Art, 3rd Style, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Chun Shi's appearance was very sudden. Besides Yuan Tianzun, who was closest to him, almost no one reacted. Heavenly Venerate Yuan instinctively wanted to block it, but what he never thought was, Chun Shi's sword tip didn't point directly at him, but at the side, to Bagawei. Chapter 490. First of all, Xingcha could barely be regarded as a magic weapon. Especially this kind of large Xingcha, it needed the master's blood essence to feed it. After it was completely refined, it could be controlled at will. Therefore, the first thing Chun Shi wanted to kill was not Yuan Tianzun, but Tobagaway. In addition, there was also an analogy here. If Chun Shi was compared to a tiger, then Tiandu's group was naturally a flock of sheep. In terms of individual combat strength, a sheep could never be a tiger's opponent. But if thousands of sheep charged at the same time, even a ferocious tiger would have to obediently retreat to the side. The strength of an individual could never be compared to the strength of a group. Therefore, Chun Shi could only use a sneak attack to drag the sheep out of the flock one by one, and then kill them one by one. From the beginning, Chun Shi's goal was very clear. So, as soon as he appeared, he perfectly displayed the strength of a supreme being. Moonlight Sword Art, 3rd move, 10,000 swords returned to origin. The long sword behind Chun Shi was like a giant dragon. After emerging from the void, it smashed down at Tobagwe at an extremely fast speed. The speed was fast and its momentum was spectacular. It was like a waterfall that swallowed mountains and rivers. In an instant, it brought a huge, suffocating pressure to everyone present. Tobagwe was in the center of the vortex. His feeling was naturally more profound than others. And it was precisely because of this. As soon as Chun Shi appeared, Tobagwe keenly felt that he was locked on by Chun Shi's aura. So, he immediately raised all the vital essence in his body and forcibly propped up a protective aura shield. At the same time, he did not forget to urgently send a voice transmission to Yuhuan Tianzuan. "Venerable, save me!" At this moment, Tobagwe really regretted it. Chun Shi did not care about Emperor Yuhuan and instead made a special trip to find trouble with him. A small fry. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to kill him, then seize control of the Xingcha, and finally slowly kill everyone on the ship? And at this time, if Tobagwe still didn't know Chun Shi's true strength, then he really would be too stupid. Supreme Martial Artist. This was a living supreme being. He was in big trouble today. In just a flash, tens of thousands of swords smashed into Tobagwe's protective astral shield. He didn't even have time to react before he spat out a large mouthful of blood from the shockwave of the true chi. Poof! His protective shield shattered with the sound. Tobagwe's eyes flashed with despair. A mirthless smile suddenly appeared on his face. Just what did he, Tobagwe, deserve to die under the sovereign's sword today? Thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be a kind of honor. Humans would always have some different feelings before they died. Tobagwe had already mentally prepared himself. But at this critical juncture, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and risked his life to block this fatal blow for him. Of course, this person couldn't be Tuoba Shoer. Moreover, Tuoba Shoer didn't have such ability. Therefore, when this person risked his life to block this blow for Tobagwe, even Chun Shi couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The focus of the audience was on this figure. This person. Wasn't it Yuhuan Tianzuan? No one could smoothly block the full blow of a supreme martial artist. Yuhuan Tianzuan was no exception. Therefore, the moment the tens of thousands of swords arrived, the energy around Yuhuan Tianzuan's body suddenly stagnated. The protective shield also cracked and collapsed. In front of an insightful Void Realm expert, a Divine Transformation Realm expert had no ability to resist. But even so, Yuhuan Tianzuan had no intention of retreating. He looked up to the sky and roared. The defensive magic weapon on his body suddenly bloomed with a burst of brilliant light. Even if a supreme martial artist is above, I will not retreat half a step. In an instant, the body of the 10 celestial sovereigns, who had been in a high position for a long time, burst out with a tenacious fighting spirit that didn't fear death. Bang! 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 10,000 swords returned to origin was very different from other moves. This move's sword chi was vigorous and long. After the move was released, it was like a huge wave. Wave after wave bombarded the enemy's body continuously until the attack was completely eliminated. Under such a violent collision, the people on the ship naturally reacted at this moment. Then they spontaneously attacked Chun Shi. Seeing that things were not going well, Chun Shi could only hurriedly withdraw his true essence and then escape into the void again. This was the method of an insightful emptiness. His movements were erratic and formless, making it impossible for others to detect his presence. When Chun Shi disappeared like this, the people no longer attacked randomly. Instead, they rushed forward like a swarm of bees and hurriedly protected Yuhuan Tianzuan in the center. Seeing that Yuhuan Tianzuan's situation was not very good, Celestial Sovereign Xuanzhen immediately stepped forward to support him. Then, he asked with concern, "Yuhuan, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yuhuan Tianzuan clearly suffered a heavy blow from Chen Shi, but at this moment, it was as if nothing had happened. Other than his pale face, Celestial Sovereign Xuanzhen could not see any injuries on his body. Celestial Sovereign Xuanzhen seemed to want to ask something. However, Yuhuan Tianzuan directly waved his hand and quickly ordered the people, "Formation!" The crisis is not over yet. Don't be distracted. As expected. Before Yuhuan Tianzuan's voice died away, Chen Shi's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He had missed the best opportunity when he missed his attack just now. At present, most of the remaining Heaven Capital troops were concentrated near the rudder. Even Chen Shi did not have the confidence to break their formation in an instant. Therefore, he could only move to the stern of the ship and concentrate all his true essence on his hand. This time, he did not use a sword. Instead, he chose a saber that he did not use often. The sword was nimble and the saber was strong and fierce. Great clumsiness turned into simplicity. One saber was enough. The third move of the Flaming Sun saber technique. One saber cleaving the sky. They saw. The moment Chen Shi appeared, he was already holding the saber with both hands. The tip of the saber was pointed at the sky. Such a powerful move, even if it had not been used yet, its power could not be concealed. When Heavenly Venerable Yu Huan sensed the commotion, his expression immediately changed. He shouted fiercely at the crowd, "Quick! Stop him!" Hearing this, everyone turned around, wanting to launch a joint attack on Chen Shi again. But could their speed be faster than Chen Shi? So the moment everyone turned around, Chen Shi drew his saber. At that moment, he was like a god descending, proudly standing above all living beings. Man and saber became one. The saber aura suddenly came into being, as if it was going to destroy everything in its path. It made it impossible for people to avoid it. This was the simplest, most direct, and also the most unfancy saber. With an unparalleled domineering aura, it slashed towards the incomparably huge Xingcha. Didn't Yuhuan Tianzuan want to ride Xingcha to Supreme Palace enclosure? Since he couldn't kill Tobagaway, he might as well destroy this ship. As long as Xingcha was destroyed, with the flying speed of Yuhuan Tianzuan and the others, when would they be able to fly to Supreme Palace enclosure? The journey to the stars is long and the sky is high. Don't worry, I will play with you slowly. Chapter 491. 3 breaths. Took less than 10 seconds. After Yuhuan Tianzuan sacrificed himself to block Chen Shi's attack for Tobagaway, who had narrowly escaped death, pinned all his hopes on Xingcha. At that moment, Tobagaway only felt that his mind was blank. Everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him anymore. The only thing that could attract his attention was this faintly fluorescent high-grade spirit stone in front of him. As long as this high-grade spirit stone in front of him suddenly bloomed, it meant that Xingcha could perform a space jump. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When Tobagaway exhaled a mouthful of turbid air for the 3rd time, his eyes suddenly burst with a burst of light, and the excitement on his face was even more indescribable. However, what Tobagaway didn't know was, just as he was excited, Chen Shi, who was standing proudly at the stern of the ship, also slashed out with the long saber in his hand. Red Sun Saber Technique's 3rd move. 1 saber cleaves the sky. This was a saber condensed from the true essence of a Dongshu stage cultivator. Chen Shi hadn't even slashed out, but this saber light was already like a pillar supporting the sky, instantly increasing by hundreds of times. In terms of length, it was even much longer than the huge Xingcha in front of him. "Break for me!" Chen Shi roared, and he finally slashed out with the saber in his hand. This saber light drew a perfect arc in the air at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It flashed from top to bottom. Its speed was so fast that it made people speechless. The people on the ship didn't even have time to react before the saber light flashed past their eyes. "It's over." Yuhuan Tianzuan watched all this happen, but he was powerless to stop it. But just when he was in despair, a burst of extremely strong light suddenly bloomed in front of Yuhuan Tianzuan's eyes. The light was so dazzling that it was even brighter than the afternoon sun. At that moment, time stood still. It was truly still, because Xingcha had successfully entered the space jump state. Too late. Chen Shi had always been outside Xingcha's defensive array formation, so when Xingcha performed the space jump, she did not bring him along with her. Therefore, he could only watch as Xingcha turned into a ray of light and disappeared from his sight. The entire world finally quieted down. Chen Shi turned his head to look at Mars, which was not far away from him, and then turned back to look in the direction of Earth. The azure blue planet was still floating there quietly. This scene was very familiar to Chun Shi. Just like the day he returned, this azure planet was also quietly floating there. At that time, Nian was only a little over 4 years old. In the blink of an eye, Nian was almost 7 years old. That's right, when this spring is over and summer comes again. Nian was 7 years old. A second ago, Chun Shi was still busy killing people, but in the next second, she suddenly thought of her daughter. Just like that, Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan and the others slipped away right in front of him. However, he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, he was like a lunatic as he floated in space and laughed foolishly. But the good thing was, his gaffe did not last long. After raising his hand and making a flying kiss gesture toward Earth, Chun Shi immediately put away the smile on his face. Nian, wait for me. Dad will be back soon. After saying that, Chun Shi took a deep look at the azure blue planet in front of him, then immediately turned around and followed the law threads left behind by Xingcha. Run? Run to where? So what if he ran to the ends of the earth? He had to keep his word. If he said he would kill your whole family, he would definitely kill your whole family. Otherwise, how could Chun Shi continue to live? Unlike Cheng Hua and Yi Ji, the two brats who ran away from home, Tobagaway brought enough high-grade spirit stones on this trip. Therefore, after successfully getting rid of Chun Shi, Tobagaway did not stop for a moment. Every time Xingcha completed a jump, he would immediately replace it with a new high-grade spirit stone. After Xingcha completed the 7th jump, Tobagaway finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and announced to everyone, "Everyone, we are home." Tobagaway probably emphasized the word home. Naturally, there was no need to explain the meaning behind his words. We're home. Hearing this, everyone on the ship could not help but look at each other. Just a second ago, they were still struggling under the shadow of Chun Shi. How did they suddenly reach their destination in the next second? So fast. You don't have to doubt, please look. This is the Supreme Palace enclosure. After saying that, Tobagaway came to the guardrail, then smiled and pointed to a place not far ahead, a continental plate quietly floating in the universe. If the universe was compared to the sea and the earth was compared to a basketball, then this continent was a small sampan in the sea. This was the Supreme Palace enclosure, an existence that seriously violated the common sense of physics. However, its existence also indirectly proved that the ancient people's conjecture was correct. That is, the sky was round and the earth was round. The Supreme Palace enclosure did not have a sea. At the end of the land was the boundless void of the universe. In addition, although the Supreme Palace enclosure was not a planet, it still had a layer of complex cloud structure similar to the atmosphere. Therefore, looking from a distance from Xingcha, it was actually more like a landscape rockery of a rich family. However, the area of this rockery was much larger than the Earth. It was at least twice the size of the Earth. Moreover, it did not have a large area occupied by the sea. The Supreme Palace enclosure has been divided into 9 provinces since ancient times: Shang, Han, Ning, Zhong, Lan, Wan, Yu, Yun, and Lei. My Tuoba family comes from the northernmost Ning province of the Supreme Palace enclosure. There is a saying, Ning province is in the north, Tuoba town is in the south. It means that my Tuoba family is in the south of Ning province. At such a close distance, it was impossible to use a space jump. Therefore, Tobagaway took advantage of this time to take the initiative to introduce the general situation of the Supreme Palace enclosure to Yuhuan Tianzuan. And when mentioning the Tuoba family, Tobagaway's entire state faintly changed. Thinking about it, was this the feeling of finding an organization? Tobagaway tried to introduce the strength of the Tuoba family to bring a certain amount of pressure to Yuhuan Tianzuan so that Yuhuan Tianzuan would have no choice but to pay attention to him. But what he didn't expect was, even if the Supreme Palace enclosure was close at hand, Yuhuan Tianzuan's attention had not been on him. Instead, he looked back from time to look behind Xingcha. Seeing this, Tobagaway couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He finally remembered that he was still being chased by a supreme powerhouse. Just now, I deliberately chose the wrong direction to jump back and forth twice. It should be impossible for them to catch up so quickly. right? A reply came from home, saying that the patriarch is personally bringing people to support. As long as the patriarch arrives, my little life should be saved, right? Seeing that Yuan Tianzuan was not in the mood to talk, Tabagawei also obediently shut his mouth. At this time, there was a sudden movement from the stern of the ship, so that everyone on the ship was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. They were so scared that they all put on an attack posture. Kacha! Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the Xingcha was suddenly divided into two. The entire stern of the ship was cut off. It turned out that Chun Shi's saber was not ineffective. It was just that at that time, Xingcha had already reached the critical point of the space jump, so even if Xingcha had been cut in half, she still successfully reached the Supreme Palace enclosure. It was a false alarm, it's fine, it's fine. Tabagawei was frightened out of his wits. After recovering, he immediately laughed and signaled everyone not to be nervous. If it was destroyed, so be it. Anyway, he was already at this position. Even if he flew slowly, it wouldn't take long to reach his destination. Chapter 492. I'm very puzzled. Why is there more and more rhythm recently? Is it the first day that I started to update every day? If I remember correctly, I've already updated every day for half a year, and there were 4 months in between where I updated every 2 days. Of course, I can understand. Saying that I'm slow is actually a disguised form of urging me to update. Covering face shyly. So, I want to thank everyone for their continuous support. Every comment, every monthly vote, every recommendation ticket, every tip you gave me. Actually, I've seen it all and remembered it in my heart. Now, let's talk about the reason for updating every day. My reason is actually very good, because I want to improve. From the external data, this book seems to be completely dead. But my royalties didn't decrease at all. Because of the channel bonus, if I update one more chapter every day, my monthly income will increase by at least 1 to 20,000. I'm not saying this to show off, but to prove. I'm really not writing books for money. I just want to write better. If it's to make money, then from the day this book was published, my word count skyrocketed. My annual income is at least 500,000 if not 1 million. I need to announce the results here. This book's current average order is 11,000, but the high order has reached 60,000. This 60,000 does not only refer to a single chapter, but it refers to the nearly 30 chapters that started to be published. After that, it began to plummet. 50,000, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, and now more than 1,000. It will probably continue to fall. I'm not writing well, but I did write well before I published it. Actually, I'm not very satisfied with the chapters before I published it, because at that time I made a lot of rookie mistakes, but I'm too lazy to change them. Then, here's the question. Why did I write so well in the beginning, but the latter part is so bad? The answer is actually very simple, because this is my first book that exceeds 1 million words. I can say without reservation, for more than a year, I've really put in a lot of effort, but my ability is limited. I've never had any long experience before. At most, I wrote 400,000 words. When I published it, it exceeded this number. So I've been stumbling along the way. Once half a step to become a god. Now it's completely dead. Can you guess how wonderful the journey of my heart is? I don't blame anyone, I don't even blame myself. Because I'm very clear, I really don't have the ability. My first book was published in 2005 at starting point. During this period, he kept writing, but he still couldn't reach the standard of signing a contract. It was only when he wrote this book that he seemed to have had an epiphany and suddenly became famous. So don't compete with me in terms of reading volume, and don't act all high and mighty in front of me. 'Cause I really thought it was ridiculous. Let's not talk about those that we've seen before, for example, the most popular ones recently, Haunted House, Machinist, Best Friend, Best Son-in-Law. Even when the lifestyle game was just released, I could already guess that it had 10,000 subscribers when it only had 80,000 words. But reading a book and writing a book were two different things. He had clearly thought of the plot in his head, but when he wrote it out, the flavor would always change. This was the so-called power of the brush. I had absolutely no control over what I wanted to write. This was also the main reason why many rookies couldn't even sign a contract. All this time, I've been thinking about it over and over. Think about how to improve yourself. To be honest, I've improved a lot. After all, he had been writing for so many years. His basic skills were still very solid. Now that he had the experience of 10,000 orders, if he didn't improve, then wouldn't he be a fool? But because the framework of cultivation dad had already been established, I couldn't express it at all. I could only continue writing according to the existing framework. Writing a book was actually like building a house. The foundation of this book was clearly the foundation of a villa, but after I built the foundation, I simply built a straw shed on top of it. Now, I didn't want to live in a straw shed. I wanted to build a villa on top of the straw shed. Then, other than tearing it down and rebuilding it, was there any other way? This was writing a book. Many people would choose to tear down the bridge and rebuild it. I was different. Since I couldn't live in a villa, I would renovate the straw shed. That was my idea. It was such a simple idea that it was somewhat inexplicable. And this was also the fundamental reason why I continued to persevere. Because I had once stood at the top of the mountain, I saw a different scenery. Now, I had fallen to the bottom of the valley. But because of that unexpected experience, I couldn't help but look at the top of the mountain. The mountain man asked me, "Do you have hatred in your heart?" I answered, "No hatred." Then he asked, "Why?" At that moment, my answer was so firm. "Thank you for letting me see the scenery at the top of the mountain. If I fell, then so be it. I'll just walk again. But the next time, I want to walk more steadily. Slower, more steadily." That was all. March 3rd, 2019, early morning. The west window opened. Oh, right. This isn't a Unix declaration. The sun will rise as usual tomorrow. The west window will be as usual. Mwax. Love you guys. Chapter 493. Formation. As soon as he heard these words, Tobagawe was so scared that he began to tremble. He looked in the direction that Heavenly Venerate Yuhuan was pointing at and saw that a beam of light had appeared diagonally above Xingcha at some point in time. Furthermore, it was rapidly flying in their direction. From a distance, this light was like a meteor. After drawing a beautiful straight line in the sky, it directly smashed in front of everyone. Bang! Before the person arrived, the sword arrived. Sure enough, it was Chun Shi chasing after them again. Seeing this, Yuhuan Tianzuan did not seem to be very surprised. His face turned cold, and then he ordered everyone in a loud voice, "5 divine generals, take your positions. Activate the innate 5 direction flags and set up the heavenly cycle stars formation. Rise!" As soon as this order came out, there was a small commotion on the ship. What needed to be mentioned here was, after the Battle of Dragon Head Peak, the 5 divine generals of Tiandu and the Rakshasa Star Lord had lost a lot of people. So Yuhuan Tianzuan could only temporarily choose suitable successors from the existing survivors. These people's strength was not bad, but they had not undergone systematic training. So the moment they heard Yuhuan Tianzuan's order, they seemed a little flustered. To think that our Huang Tiandu, to think that he would end up without a successor. It's really lamentable. Looking at the clumsy positioning of these divine generals and star lords, Heavenly Lord Xuanzhen could not help but sigh. Hearing this, the faces of the 6 heavenly lords, including Yuhuan Tianzuan, flashed with a trace of sadness. Once upon a time, Tiandu was so glorious and strong. But now, the remnants of Tiandu, led by the 10 directions heavenly lords, had become stray dogs at this moment. In order to avoid Chun Shi's pursuit, they were in a state of panic all day long. When they were still in the solar system, the heavenly lords did not feel that there was anything wrong with escaping to the Supreme Palace enclosure. But when they really came to the Supreme Palace enclosure and saw it floating quietly in the void, the celestial venerables suddenly felt a sense of helplessness from being outlanders. Yes, Earth was their home. It was just like how Tobagawe's home was in the Supreme Palace enclosure. Now that he had finally returned to the Supreme Palace enclosure, he would naturally be excited. This feeling of desolation was probably the so-called, alone as a stranger in a strange land. Morale was low. At this time, Yuhuan Tianzuan seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked Tuoba Su, "How long until the reinforcements arrive?" Hearing this, Tobague was startled. He didn't seem to understand why Yuan Tianzun didn't ask him directly, but instead asked him secretly. However, doubts were just doubts. Tobague honestly replied to Yuan Tianzun with a sound transmission. The family has already given a clear reply, and the family head is on the way with people. According to my estimation, we'll be able to see the reinforcements in 30 minutes at most. Good. Then we'll hold on for another incense stick's worth of time. Yuan Tianzun nodded calmly at Tobague, then turned around and flew to the side of the high platform. He lowered his head and looked around the audience, then suddenly let out a long roar towards the sky, angrily roaring, "Hateful! Even if we abandon our home and flee to a foreign land, the thief is not willing to let us live. We have been forced into a corner. So I've decided, instead of being trampled on and humiliated like this, it's better to go all out and fight to the death with that evil thief. Yu Huan is here to ask everyone, today, are you willing to fight with me?" As soon as these words came out, the audience boiled over. Before, everyone was busy running for their lives, so they couldn't raise any morale. Now that they had come to the Supreme Palace enclosure, this strange place in front of them seemed to give them infinite courage. That's right. They had even lost their home, so what was the use of keeping their lives? Where was the integrity of Tiandu? Where was the glory of Tiandu? After thinking of their last trace of dignity, everyone's fighting spirit was immediately summoned by Yuan Tianzun. Fight! 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 The moment the massive heavenly cycle star formation was set up, a silver-white shield suddenly appeared around Xingcha, protecting her within. In fact, this formation was not a killing formation, but more like an auxiliary formation. Its biggest function was to connect everyone in the formation together, so that their vital essences could be intertwined and converged to achieve the purpose of glory and glory. No, the power of the formation has decreased by at least 30% after losing the central Wuji apricot yellow flag. Let me be the eye of the formation. After saying that, Heavenly Lord Xuanjin prepared to move to the lost corner. However, at this moment, Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan pulled him back without batting an eyelid and then shook his head slightly. What's wrong? Heavenly Lord Xuanjin, who had always been straightforward, was confused. Heavenly Lord Wondrous Spell, who was next to him, directly pulled him to his side and softly explained to him. What? After hearing Heavenly Lord Wondrous Spell's explanation, Heavenly Lord Xuanjin's expression was interesting. It turned out that Yuan Tianzun wanted his subordinates to block the attack for him. Who did Chun Shi really want to kill? Wasn't it the Heavenly Lords present? As the leaders of Heaven Capital, the 7 of them were the real culprits that caused Earth to suffer. Since the 7 of them were no match for Chun Shi, then the best way. Obviously, they wanted their subordinates to block the attack. Now that the 7 of them were in the center of the formation, if Chun Shi wanted to successfully kill them, he had to break through the formation first. However, the formation connected everyone's lives tightly together. As the saying goes, unity is strength. If Chun Shi was determined to kill them, then he would kill everyone present first. It was just that these silly heavenly generals and star lords had been betrayed by Yuan Tianzun without realizing it. Instead, they firmly believed that they were fighting for their dignity. It was just like the slogan they chanted. Everything was for the prestige of the Holy Ancestor. Everything was for the glory of Heaven Capital. With the appearance of Chun Shi, the final battle between him and Heaven Capital finally began. The remaining half of Xingcha was still flying in the universe. The fairy-like Supreme Palace enclosure was not far ahead. However, this last stretch of distance, it turned this Xingcha into a purgatory on Earth. Chun Shi attacked fiercely again and again, but the formation dissolved them into nothingness time and time again. It was true that he was a supreme. However, in such a short period of time, even a supreme was somewhat helpless in the face of such a tenacious resistance from everyone. Chun Shi was somewhat confused. What was wrong with these people? Why did they suddenly become so fearless of death? As soon as he showed himself, all sorts of magical treasures and spells would be thrown at him. He slashed at the formation's shield again and again. With every slash, the violent impact caused by the collision of true essence would be instantly dispersed to everyone. In the face of such frequent attacks, those with lower cultivation would be shaken to the point that their heart meridians would be broken and their 7 orifices would bleed. Even so, every time someone could not withstand the strong impact brought about by Chen Shi, they would immediately rush out of the formation and use their last breath to detonate their golden core, temporarily relieving some pressure on their companions behind them. The 7 celestial venerables stood on the high platform and watched everything in front of them. Although he could not bear it, Celestial Venerable Xuanzhen finally listened to Celestial Venerable Wondrous Spell's dissuasion. He stood on the high platform with the other Celestial Venerables and constantly pretended to gesture. Those who could cultivate to this level were not fools. Even ants wanted to live, so how could the Celestial Venerables not want to live? After all, they were the core of Heaven Capital, and at the same time they were the future spark of Heaven Capital. As long as they could force Chen Shi to retreat and successfully enter the Supreme Palace enclosure, then Heaven Capital would usher in a new era. In the process of Xingcha flying to the Supreme Palace enclosure, the remnants of Heaven Capital fell one after another. Every time they self-destructed, it was like a festive firework, shining non-stop in this silent universe. After enduring for 3 breaths, another incense stick of time welcomed. Finally, after nearly half of the people on the ship were gone, a ray of light finally appeared in Yuhuan Tianzuan's eyes. Venerable One, look, that's the Tuoba family's flag. We're saved. Chapter 494. While the remnants of Tiandu were struggling to resist Chen Shi's attack, Tobague's cry of "We are saved" was no less exciting than a stimulant. Hearing this, Emperor Yuhuan hurriedly turned his head and looked in the direction Tobague was pointing, only to see dozens of star carts flying over at an extremely fast speed. When these starships approached, Yuhuan Tianzuan finally saw the flag of the Tuoba family hanging high on the mast of the main ship. The flag was very exquisite and was definitely not ordinary. There were 2 words written on it, and the flag was embroidered with sea water patterns and clouds. It seemed to imply that the Tuoba family had a long and prosperous history. The reinforcements Tobague had been waiting for, they had finally arrived. There were a total of 24 starships that came to support. When they were about to approach the location of Tobague's group, these starships immediately took the lead with the main ship, and the rest split into 2 sides and spread out in a goose formation. Looking at their momentum, there was a faint air of military formation. Seeing this, Chen Shi temporarily withdrew his true essence and then quietly floated in the void, as if he wanted to see why this group of people had come. Your Excellency is Mr. Chen? Tuoba Yi is here. Greetings, sir. After the starships stopped, a figure flew out at an extremely fast speed, and then went straight to Chen Shi. The 2 faced each other in space. Chen Shi sized up the other party, and the other party sized him up at the same time. This man who claimed to be the head of the Tuoba family had a cultivation base around the middle stage of divine transformation, which should be at the same level as Yuhuan Tianzuan. Perhaps because he knew that his cultivation base was far lower than Chen Shi, as soon as Tuoba Yi appeared, he took the initiative to respectfully greet Chen Shi. Chen Shi naturally knew why Tuoba Yi had come. Therefore, he didn't even bother to waste time with the other party. After waving his hand indifferently, Chen Shi said coldly, "Since I have chased you all the way here today, I have already made it clear that I will never let this matter go. Get out of the way. You can't stop me." After saying that, Chen Shi's figure disappeared from Tuoba Yi's sight. By the time Tuoba Yi came back to his senses, Chen Shi had already caught up with the dilapidated Xingcha in front of him and continued to demolish it. Bang! When the sword light emitted by Chen Shi once again collided with the large array, a strong wave of true essence instantly set off in the void. At that moment, the joy of seeing the reinforcements immediately fell to the bottom of the valley. Even though the Tuoba family's reinforcements had arrived, the situation didn't seem to have improved. Chen Shi was still attacking the formation. Everyone was still struggling to hold on under his attacks. Inside the array, Yuhuan Tianzuan and the others looked at the sky with stern expressions. At this point, they could only place all their hopes on Tuoba Yi. They could only hope that everything was as Tuoba Gui said, that the Tuoba family was willing to offend a supreme in exchange for the alliance of the entire Heaven Capital. Otherwise, Yuan Tianzuan could only use his own method to deal with the catastrophe in front of him. Mr. Chun, can you stop and listen to me? Chun Shi's reaction was completely out of Tuoba Ye's expectations. It was true that Chun Shi was a supreme. However, Tuoba Yi was not bad either. As the leader of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Yi represented the entire Tuoba family's will. Seeing Chun Shi's unreasonable and ruthless way of doing things, it seemed that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Tuoba Ye's face darkened, and he had to quickly change his plan. Thus, he came in front of Chun Shi again and suddenly opened his arms, as if he wanted to stop Chun Shi from continuing to attack Xingcha. You want to die? Seeing this, Chun Shi did not hesitate. He raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the array again. Not to mention Tuoba Yi, even if the entire Tuoba family stood in front of him today, he would still eat Yuan Tianzuan alive. There was no way to talk. There was really no way to talk. Seeing that Chun Shi was treating him like he didn't exist, Tuoba Yi seemed to be a little angry. Thus, Tuoba Ye's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of fierceness, and then he took out a fan-like thing from his arms. Swoosh! As soon as this magic treasure was taken out, Chun Shi noticed a trace of unusual energy fluctuation from it. He originally left some leeway, intending to give Tuoba Yi a chance to stay out of this. But since Tuoba Yi was so unappreciative, then don't blame him for being merciless. Therefore, the moment Tuoba Yi took out the folding fan, the long sword in Chun Shi's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then with an unparalleled power, it directly slashed at Tuoba Yi in front of him. Bang! There was no air in space, so naturally, sound couldn't be transmitted. With a flash of light, a strong shock wave with true essence as the medium suddenly spread out. Wherever the shock wave went, the meteorites immediately turned into dust and completely disappeared in this vast universe. The star Cha where the people of Tiandu were on was closest to the explosion, so the impact of this star Cha was naturally the strongest. Under such a huge impact, this star Cha was shaken and rolled quickly. After rolling for thousands of meters away, it was under the control of Tuoba Gue that the ship stabilized. Even with the protection of the array, star Cha was blown away by the explosion. And Tuoba Yi, who took Chun Shi's sword head-on, seemed to be fine. So, when the true essence Qi gradually stabilized, Tuoba Yi gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and then smiled at Chun Shi with a confident face. Mr. Chen, can we have a good talk now? Hearing this, Chun Shi's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. A mere mid-divine transformation realm cultivator could rely on this fan to block his full-strength attack, and he was not affected at all. This meant that the folding fan in front of him should be the life treasure of a supreme being. And this supreme being was not far away. Thinking of this, Chun Shi immediately closed his eyes and began to carefully observe everything around him. Supreme being, cave void. Sure enough, everything was as he expected. Wasn't there a tiny space crack on the Tuoba family's main ship? Humph. Pretending to be mysterious, Chun Shi snorted angrily. When he opened his eyes again, a golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes, shooting straight toward the crack. But the moment Chun Shi's eyes shot out the golden light, a slightly old voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. This old man will show himself. As soon as the voice fell, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of Chun Shi out of thin air. And at this time, when Tuoba Yi saw the old man appear, he immediately held up the folding fan with both hands, and respectfully returned it to the old man. Tuoba Yi greets Spiritual Master Void Pierce Stage. Chapter 495. Even if it was a battle between cultivators, they would usually go through hundreds or even thousands of moves. Only when both parties were exhausted would the victor be decided. It was naturally the same for cultivators. Unless there was a gap in cultivation level, even Chun Shi, who was at the peak of divine transformation realm, could not take Yuan Tianzuan's life in 2 or 3 moves. Why was Tiandu able to withstand Chun Shi's attacks repeatedly? It was because they had gathered the strength of everyone on the ship. Several thousand immortal cultivators above the gold core stage were using the cosmic stars formation as a medium to gather everyone in the formation. Everyone was bound together for good or ill, and everyone was bound together for good or ill. Let's give a simple example. If Chun Shi's attack was compared to a flood, then the people of Tiandu were a dam. The dam was eroded bit by the flood. When the dam could no longer withstand the impact of the flood, the entire dam would immediately collapse and completely disappear in the torrential flood. Then there was a problem. Tiandu had gathered everyone's strength, but they could only barely hold on for a while. How could this Tuoba Yi, who was only at the middle stage of divine transformation realm, be able to withstand Chun Shi's sword attack without suffering any injuries? How could there be nothing fishy about it? Chun Shi immediately understood why Tuoba Yi could withstand his sword attack. The reason was very simple, because there was an expert helping him in secret. The folding fan was Taoist Master Chongshu's natal magic treasure. Taoist Master Chongshu himself was a supreme existence. He could freely travel through the void like Chun Shi. Because he had been hiding in the void and was not in the main plane, even Chun Shi could not discover his existence immediately. Taoist Master Chongshu? After hearing Tuoba Ye's words, Chun Shi could not help but frown slightly and asked coldly, "You are not a member of Tuoba family?" Hearing this, Taoist Master Chongshu chuckled. The smile on his face was just like the spring breeze, which formed a sharp contrast with the indifference on Chun Shi's face. "My name is Master Chongshu. I am the sect master of Jade Clear Grotto Heaven." Jade Clear Grotto Heaven? Chun Shi had long heard of this name from Chunghua. Therefore, after hearing the old man's self-introduction, Chun Shi immediately understood everything. Jade Clear Grotto Heaven should be the strongest force in the Supreme Palace enclosure, right? With the current strength of the Tuoba family, even with the addition of Tiandu, they simply could not withstand the fury of Chun Shi. Tuoba Yi was very smart, but he was also very greedy. Just like Tobague, this was human nature. The moment Tuoba Yi received the news, he began to repeatedly weigh the gains and losses. As he thought about it, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and made the same choice as Tobague. Benefits always coexist with risks. If the ownership of Tiandu was viewed as a benefit, then Chun Shi was the greatest risk. Just like doing business, in order to ensure that the Tuoba family would not go for wool and come back shorn, Tuoba Yi made up his mind and took the initiative to find Immortal Chongshu, hoping to share the risk of the Tuoba family and obtain benefits in a more secure way. One had to know that immortal cultivators were all people who would not rise early without benefits. Therefore, although Reverend Chongshu appeared to be kind and harmless, he might have secretly done a lot of atrocious and inhumane things. Jade Clear Grotto Heaven? Haha. Why did Immortal Chongshu come here? Wasn't it because he wanted to get a share of the profits? Therefore, Chun Shi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With a clench of his right hand, the divine sword Dharma idol appeared in his hand again. Get out of the way. Since you and I are at the same level, you should know that you can't stop me. It's not easy for me to kill you, but killing him is like killing a chicken. Before his voice fell, Chun Shi turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Immortal Chongshu. At this time, Tuoba Yi on the side did not even have any reaction. The divine sword Dharma idol suddenly appeared from the void and then slashed down at him. Didn't Tuoba Yi feel very proud of taking Chun Shi's sword head-on just now? Therefore, Chun Shi wanted to see if Tuoba Yi could still be proud now. Chi! A cold light flashed, and Tuoba Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief on his face. He never thought that Chun Shi actually attacked him so abruptly in front of Taoist Master Voidpierce. This sword strike was simply too fast. It was like teleportation. With the flash of the sword light, an extremely fine wound appeared between Tuoba Ye's eyebrows. And this was obviously the true power of the Moonlight Sword technique. The first move of the Moonlight Sword technique, a sword hiding in the void. This sudden turn of events caused Taoist Master Voidpierce to be stunned on the spot. Everyone was at the insightful void realm. Who could be faster than the other? Therefore, in the situation where Chun Shi had the upper hand, Immortal Chongshu had no time to rescue him. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. I'm so angry. Reverend Chongshu let out a long whistle. The folding fan in his hand suddenly flew out like a sharp flying disc, following closely behind Chun Shi. Seeing this, Chun Shi smiled coldly and escaped into the void again. Insightful emptiness. Insight into the void, traversing freely. From the beginning to the end, Chun Shi had no intention of fighting with Immortal Chongshu. Did he really think that he could scare him by using an insightful emptiness? What a joke! Everyone was at the insightful emptiness. Who could do anything to who? Chun Shi couldn't kill Immortal Chongshu, just like how Immortal Chongshu couldn't kill him. But, although Chun Shi could not do anything to Reverend Chongsu, he could completely abandon Reverend Chongsu and turn his attention to Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan and the rest. Therefore, after Immortal Chongshu made his move, Chun Shi didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he went near Xingcha again and continued his forceful demolition. Pong! 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 Chun Shi flew in front with his long sword, while Immortal Chongshu chased behind with his fan. The two of them started a game of you chase me around Xingcha. However, the long sword in Chun Shi's hand didn't stop for a moment. As he continued to attack, the casualties of Tiandu also increased. In the end, almost no gold core realm cultivator could still stand on the ship. It's over. The great formation is about to break. Quickly support. As the saying goes, no egg can remain intact when the nest is overturned. Seeing that the situation was so critical, several celestial venerables no longer cared about preserving their strength. They had to jump into the eye of the formation and forcibly prolong the life of the tottering heavenly cycle star formation. But at this moment, Tabagaway, who had been steering the ship, suddenly exclaimed, "Venerable, we have arrived at Supreme Palace Enclosure." Hearing this, Yuhuan Tianzuan immediately came to his side. After looking down at the land below, Yuhuan Tianzuan's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness, and he ordered coldly, "Continue flying, don't stop." Tabagaway seemed to not understand what he meant. Continue flying? Fly to where? They had already arrived at Supreme Palace Enclosure. Why didn't they scatter and flee? Anyway, no matter how strong Chun Shi was, he was only one person. As long as everyone ran separately, could he really catch them one by one? Seeing this, Yuhuan Tianzuan didn't have the slightest intention of explaining. Instead, he seemed to suddenly think of something and suddenly asked, "Where is Jade Clear Grotto Heaven?" "In Central State." "Then go to Central State. Quick!" Chapter 496. The Middle State was located in the middle of the Supreme Palace Enclosure. There were many mountains in the territory, and one of them was the most well-known, the Heavenly Yu Mountain. The Heavenly Yu Mountain stretched for hundreds of miles. There were many rivers at the foot of the mountain and many cliffs at the top. Could be said that the mountain was high and the river was dangerous. In addition, the mountain was shrouded in clouds all year round. The spiritual energy in the mountain was far superior to the outside world. Therefore, it was also called the first paradise of the Supreme Palace Enclosure. The name of the Jade Clear Paradise came from this. On this day, many disciples of the Jade Clear Paradise were carrying out their daily cultivation in the square. Suddenly, a dilapidated large Xingcha appeared in the clouds of the distant mountain. The disciples looked up and saw that the Xingcha seemed to have entered an uninhabited land. After breaking through the mountain gates formation, it directly landed in the square. Boom! With a loud sound, the dilapidated Xingcha finally completed its final mission and turned into a pile of debris in the martial arts practice field. Who is it? Who dares to break into the Jade Clear Paradise and destroy our mountain gate? Disciples, listen to my order. Take them down. Under the command of the Elder of Imparting Arts, all the disciples stepped forward, ready to capture all the people on the ship. But at this moment, a few loud sounds suddenly came from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by an extremely strong wave of true essence. The strength of the two sides was so strong that even Elder Chuan, who had already stepped into the Yuanying realm, could not help but be frightened to the point of losing his sense of propriety. He did not even have time to order the disciples to immediately return to the main hall. A sword light suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit the wreckage of the Xingcha in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Bang! At that moment, Elder Chuan's eyes widened and his eyes were about to burst. However, he could only watch helplessly as a burst of powerful true essence suddenly erupted on the martial arts practice field. It was like throwing a grenade in the middle of a busy street. The shock waves from the explosion immediately shook all the disciples and made them vomit blood. Everyone was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. Elder Chuan stared blankly at the center of the martial arts practice field. He saw a large formation slowly rising from the wreckage of the Xingcha. It seemed to be defending against external attacks. What was going on? This sudden turn of events caused Elder Gongchuan to lose his composure. At this moment, a loud and resounding bell sound came from the jade-clear grotto heaven. It was a warning bell. It meant that there was an enemy attack. The moment the bell rang, 3 figures flew out of jade-clear grotto heaven. After a short meeting, the 3 of them turned into streams of light and completely disappeared from the technique imparting elder's sight. This is Tongxian, Nanhua, and Dongling? Elder technique imparting elder was completely stunned. Profound enlightening, Nanhua, Dongling. If a void-pierce stage expert was included, then the 4 great reverends of the jade-clear heavenly grotto heaven would be gathered. The 3 ancestors had been in seclusion for many years and had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. His sudden appearance today meant that the jade-clear grotto heaven was about to face a great calamity. Thinking of this, Elder Gongchuan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Therefore, he no longer cared about Xingcha's remains in the middle of the drill ground. Instead, he led the group of disciples and quickly returned to the main hall. Wasn't Yuhuan Tianzuan and his group on the Xingcha ship that suddenly fell into the jade-clear grotto heaven? Under Chun Shi's continuous attacks, the damage to Tiandu was getting heavier and heavier. Seeing that the jade-clear grotto heaven was right in front of him, Yuhuan Tianzuan gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to withdraw the grand formation to reduce the pressure that they had to bear. The result of doing so was obvious. After losing the protection of the grand formation, Xingcha, which was already badly damaged, was immediately shot down by Chen Shi and smashed into the drill ground of the jade-clear grotto heaven. It finally stopped. Presumably, it would also stop here forever in the future. Venerable, this Xingcha has been destroyed. What should we do next? Tobague stood beside Yuhuan Tianzuan with a terrified expression. One should know that just now. He saw with his own eyes that Tuoba Yi was struck by Chun Shi's sword. With Tuoba Ye's mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base, it should be impossible for him to die so easily. However, with Chun Shi's cultivation base, this sword would at least cause irreparable damage to Tuoba Yi. Therefore, when he thought that Chun Shi didn't even give face to Taoist Master Void-Pierce stage and was determined to kill them today, Tobague was so scared that he almost couldn't stand still. If he had known that this matter would become so big, even if he was beaten to death, he would never take half a step into the heaven's pivot ruins. At this point, the third party, including Taoist Master Void-Pierce stage, had reached the point where they couldn't back down. Yuhuan Tianzuan wanted to run. Chun Shi wanted to chase after him. Taoist Master Void-Pierce stage wanted to stop him. If Yuhuan Tianzuan didn't run, Chun Shi would kill him. If Chun Shi didn't kill him, how could the heart demon oath be fulfilled? As the third party, if Taoist Master Void-Pierce stage couldn't stop Chun Shi, where should he put his old face? Due to the above reasons, today's matter was destined to be difficult to resolve. After hearing Tobague's question, Yuhuan Tianzuan didn't answer for a long time. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Venerable? Venerable? Seeing that Yuhuan Tianzuan didn't answer, Tobague had to be like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around the array. Losing Xingcha meant that they lost the ability to move. Although the array hadn't been broken yet, how long could it last? Were they really going to sit here and wait for death? Tobague was annoyed. If it weren't for the fear that Yuhuan Tianzuan might suddenly turn hostile, he would have already fled. Just as Tobague was anxious, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed in the distant sky. Immediately afterward, 5 figures appeared out of thin air in the huge martial arts field. It was Chun Shi and the 4 Taoist masters. They saw Chen Shi stood alone in the middle of the martial arts field, facing the remains of Xingcha. The four Taoist masters stood in the four corners of the martial arts field, trying to trap Chen Shi. Although Chen Shi was surrounded by the four Taoist masters, there was no panic on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face, like a hunter who was preparing to capture his prey from a trap. Even if he was surrounded, Chen Shi's attention wasn't on the four Taoist masters at all. Instead, it was focused on Yuhuan Tianzuan. Chen Shi and Yuhuan Tianzuan looked at each other across the air. He didn't make any move. After the four Taoist masters looked at each other, they had to forcibly suppress the idea of striking first. One had to know that this was a battle between Taoist masters. Although they had the advantage in numbers, if they really started fighting, it would take a while for them to end the battle. If Chen Shi was determined to fight here, wouldn't the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven be destroyed because of this? At that time, where would they go to cry? The four Taoist masters had scruples in their hearts, so they didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke him. The scene suddenly calmed down. Chen Shi just looked at Yuhuan Tianzuan quietly, without any emotional fluctuations in his eyes. If it was said that he was a bloodthirsty beast before, then he was now a bloodthirsty beast. Then at this moment, Chen Shi was a quiet pool of water, so calm that there wasn't a single ripple. And under Chen Shi's gaze, Yuhuan Tianzuan couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pressure in his heart. At that moment, Yuhuan Tianzuan felt like a monkey in a cage. He finally understood. He understood why Chen Shi was smiling. So, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh like Chen Shi. But that smile, it obviously looked a little forced. Some choices, once made, can never be turned back. I think you should understand now, right? Chen Shi was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew from the mountain range in the distance, causing the branches to rustle and sway. It made the martial arts practice ground look especially cold and cheerless. The scene in front of them was really out of everyone's expectations. Why did the four Taoist masters move together? Wasn't it because they were worried that Chen Shi might wreak havoc in this pure land of inheritance? But the result? When Chen Shi really forced Yuhuan Tianzuan into a desperate situation, he didn't seem to have any intention of immediately making a move. What was going on? Chapter 497. On the huge martial arts practice field, everyone was waiting for him. After Chen Shi broke the silence, a complicated expression appeared on Yuhuan Tianzuan's face. No one knew what he was really thinking, and no one could understand his complicated feelings. Yuhuan Tianzuan remained silent, as if he had no intention of responding. Seeing this, Chen Shi could not help but smile, and the divine sword Dharma idol appeared in his hand again. Still want to fight? Seeing Chen Shi take out his sword, the four perfected masters' expressions changed drastically. They immediately retreated to the direction of the main hall, afraid that the main hall would be destroyed by the battle. 2 Supremes and 2 Peak Soul Formation Cultivators. This was the true strength of the 4 perfected masters, and also the reason why the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven could dominate the Supreme Palace enclosure. Even so, they did not want to continue fighting, because Chen Shi was a supreme being. As long as a cultivator reached the insightful emptiness realm, their survival ability would skyrocket. Unless they could accurately find the threads of law that Chen Shi controlled, the 4 perfected masters would not be able to stop Chen Shi. The world was so big, where could he not go? Chen Shi was alone. Even if he turned the Supreme Palace enclosure upside down, it would have nothing to do with him. Since the 4 perfected masters were responsible for the inheritance of the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven, how could they allow this land of inheritance to be affected by the flames of war? Therefore, even though Taoist Master Voidpierce had been brushed off by Chen Shi earlier, he had no choice but to restrain the thought of making a move at this moment. Instead, he persuaded Chen Shi with kind words. Fellow Taoist, listen to this old man. I've never heard of a supreme being in the Dubhe ruins. Since you've appeared, it means that you should be the owner of the Dubhe ruins. Now, you've chased after this group of people for thousands of miles. There must be a reason for this. There must be a reason to kill them. This is a matter of the Dubhe ruins. The Jade Clear Grotto Heaven should not be involved. But now, this matter has already affected the Supreme Palace enclosure. Therefore, I can only represent the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven and be forced to talk to you. I only hope that fellow Taoist can understand. This is the Supreme Palace enclosure, not the Tianshu ruins. Fellow Taoist, if you are willing to stop and make peace with my Supreme Palace enclosure. This old man is willing to be the middleman. I guarantee that I will give you a satisfactory answer. Okay? After a long talk, Taoist Master Chongshu also made his attitude very clear. It was true that he was plotting against Tiandu, but he wasn't willing to involve Jade Clear Grotto Heaven. So as long as She was willing to sit down and talk, he might be able to come up with a solution that would satisfy everyone. However, after hearing this, She did not immediately respond. Instead, he looked at Yuan Tianzuan with a playful expression and said slowly in a very calm tone, Yuan, do you know what your biggest problem is? That means he likes to act smart. To be honest, the existence of Tiandu means nothing to me. I remember that I once said that I would give you the appropriate treatment based on your performance. If you guys perform well, wouldn't I be less worried? At this point, She suddenly shook his head and continued in a sigh. What a pity. What a pity. You are too arrogant. This kind of arrogance has been deeply rooted in your bones. You are the master of Tiandu, so you can't tolerate being a prisoner at all. No matter how good the conditions I give you, as long as there is a chance, you will still choose to be my enemy. Am I right? Shi's voice came to an abrupt stop. He had said what he should say. There was no need to say what he shouldn't say. Why did he chase him all the way to the Supreme Palace enclosure? The Heart Demon Oath was only one of the reasons. In fact, Yuan Tianzun's biggest mistake was actually, even if he guessed that She might care a lot about the mortals on Earth, he did not guess the weight of these mortals in Shi's heart. If Yuan Tianzun had not delayed Shi in such a brutal way, perhaps Shi might have turned a blind eye and let Tiandu live. So what if he was a celestial lord? In Shi's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary person. Although he had not returned to Earth and was unable to determine how much damage this disaster had caused to mankind. But as long as he thought about it, he could come up with a rough figure in his heart. This was definitely an astronomical figure. And compared to these innocent victims, what were the mere thousands of people in Tiandu? So, they must die. So what if they escaped to the Supreme Palace enclosure? So what if they found the 4 great spiritual masters? If I say I want to kill you, then I must kill you. This was Shi's attitude. The 4 great spiritual masters did not understand. However, Yuan Tianzun suddenly understood. Remove the great formation. At that moment, he was like an old man on the verge of death, waving his hand dispiritedly to signal everyone to remove the great formation. Everyone could not help but look at each other, completely unable to understand what he meant. In this regard, Yuan Tianzun did not explain much. Instead, he directly walked out of the protective range of the great formation in front of everyone present. Mr. Chun? Yuan Tianzun paused for a moment, then suddenly lowered his head to Shi and said, This old man knows his mistake. Shi did not reply. Seeing this, Yuan Tianzun could not help but reveal a bitter smile. This old man is the head of the 10 celestial sovereigns. Everything in Tiandu is decided by this old man alone. Today's matter is all because of this old man. This old man knows that his sins are grave and does not dare to ask for Mr's forgiveness. I only hope that Mr. can give these poor children a way out on account of the fact that my Tiandu has long since ceased to exist in name. As he spoke, Yuan Tianzun turned his head to look at the remnants of the Tiandu battalion. Behind him, at this time, everyone finally understood what he wanted to do. So they all tried to dissuade him. Sky Sovereign, we are not afraid of him. Come back quickly. We can still hold on. At most, we'll just die in the bird's nest. What are we afraid of? Right? We're not afraid of him. For the prestige of the sacred ancestor. For the glory of Tiandu. These people in front of him were the last hope of Tiandu. Yuan Tianzun silently looked at the crowd, but the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then he turned to look at Shi. Didn't Shi want him to give a reasonable explanation? Then try your best. Since things have come to this old man is only willing to use my blood to quell the anger in your heart. I only hope that Mr. can let them live. Sigh. After a deep sigh, this Yuhuan Tianzuan, who had been in charge of Tiandu for hundreds of years, completely turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, even though Yuhuan Tianzuan had died on the spot, the sword in Chen Shi's hand still did not disappear. He looked at everything in front of him indifferently. It seemed that he was not very satisfied with this result. Seeing this, the remaining Empyreans couldn't help but look at each other. Then, as if they had made up their minds, they all walked out of the range of the great array. The successive deaths of the 10 Empyreans seemed to announce the end of the era that belonged to Tiandu. And with their fall, everything that happened today was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. On this day, Chen Shi alone, in the Supreme Palace enclosure's jade-clear grotto heaven, forced back the 4 great spiritual masters and forced the 10 Empyreans to their deaths. The Lord of the Skies core. From this, his might shook the Supreme Palace enclosure. Chapter 498. After the death of the 10 Empyreans, Tobague naturally couldn't escape death. In this regard, Chen Shi's face didn't show much emotion, as if he was looking at a very ordinary thing. After taking a deep look at the hundreds of people left in Tiandu, the long sword in his hand turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated in front of him. Since the culprits had all been killed, Chen Shi was too lazy to kill them all. It was just to give some face to the sacred ancestor, so that the inheritance of Tiandu would not be cut off because of this. Then, Chen Shi finally cast his gaze on Taoist Master Voidpierce again. He did not have a good impression of these 4 greedy old bastards. Thus, he hastily cupped his hands and bowed. Then he coldly said, "This matter is over. This Chen will not disturb you all any longer. Goodbye." As soon as his voice fell, without waiting for Taoist Master Voidpierce's reply, Chen Shi had turned into a stream of light and completely disappeared from jade-clear grotto heaven. Taoist cave spirit seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Chen Shi's arrogant attitude, so after a cold snort, he wanted to move forward to stop him. However, just as Taoist cave spirit was about to move, Taoist Master Voidpierce suddenly stopped him. "Junior brother, don't act rashly. This person's cultivation is almost the same as mine, and his grasp of the true meaning of the word void is quite proficient. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we don't have full confidence that we can stop him today. In that case, why would Jade Clear Grotto Heaven want to make such a strong enemy for no reason? Let him go. Today's matter is over. In addition, regarding the aftermath of Tiandu, everything will be handed over to Junior Brother Tongxian to deal with. Junior Brother Cave Spirit, come with me. Senior Brother has something to say to you." Chen Shi left the Supreme Palace enclosure just like that. He didn't even bother to think about any problems related to Tiandu, because everything that happened next had nothing to do with him. And the reason why he didn't kill Tiandu was actually because of this. The 4 Taoist masters seemed to have lost face, but in the end, they also got the benefits they wanted, namely the remnants of Tiandu. Tiandu represented an era that was completely different from the Supreme Palace enclosure. The 4 spiritual masters could tolerate Chen Shi brushing away their face, but they absolutely could not tolerate Chen Shi killing the remnants of the Tiandu division in front of them. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that all their hard work today was in vain? Although the celestial sovereigns of the 10 directions had fallen, the sacred ancestor Taiching's inheritance had been passed down. This was the inheritance from the Dubhe ruins. How could the Jade Clear Grotto Heaven not be tempted? And this was the bottom line of the 4 sages. If Chen Shi's bottom line was to kill all the culprits, then Yuhuan Tianzuan's bottom line was to let Tiandu's inheritance continue. All 3 parties had their own bottom lines. In the end, it was obvious that the final result could only be produced under the condition that these 3 bottom lines were not touched. Back to Chen Shi. After leaving the Supreme Palace enclosure, Chen Shi did not rush back to Earth immediately. Instead, he stayed near the Aot Nebula for a while. Everything that had happened before could be considered as a reminder to Chen Shi. After losing the protection of the grand formation of sun, moon, and stars, the solar system had long been reduced to a vegetable market where everyone could enter and exit freely. Naturally, Chen Shi was very dissatisfied with this. The universe was so big. If the Supreme Palace enclosure could appear today, who knew what kind of terrifying monster would appear tomorrow? The current Earth was still too weak and could not withstand such repeated torment. Therefore, the matter of reactivating the grand formation of sun, moon, and stars was imperative. Thinking of this, she took out the soul mirror and studied it carefully. However, this broken mirror had been in a sealed state ever since he forcefully brought out the remnant soul of his sister-in-law. Even if she used all kinds of methods, he could not successfully activate it. Helpless, she could only temporarily put aside the idea of reactivating the grand formation of sun, moon, and stars, and use his own method to build a barrier for the solar system. The Tai Ching divine ancestor used the grand formation of sun, moon, and stars to seal the entire solar system. Such a shocking move could not be done by a mere insightful emptiness realm cultivator. Therefore, she could only use a more clever method, and that was setting up one after another waymark in the Haute Nebula, and finally connecting these waymarks together to serve as a warning. Although the waymarks could not prevent outsiders from entering like the Grand Formation, she could be informed of the news immediately and set off to check it out. Although this arrangement was a little strenuous and unrewarding, it played a certain defensive role. Presumably, today's incident would not happen again. Besides, judging from the commotion she had caused at the Supreme Palace enclosure earlier, even if someone wanted to sneak into the Tianshu ruins to investigate in the future, they would probably think twice before doing so. After all, there was a living paragon living inside. Because the Haute Nebula was simply too big, by the time she finished setting up the waymarks and successfully returned to Earth, nearly half a month had passed. This was the first time she had left without saying goodbye. The little girl clearly remembered what she had said to her before he left. Therefore, every day after school, she would sit in the courtyard with Big Cat in her arms and stare at the sky, constantly muttering when her father would come back. The April sun shone on the ground, causing the calm lake to sparkle. The willows on the shore of Hohai gently swayed their bodies, as if telling passers-by the beauty of summer. In the blink of an eye, that cute little girl back then. She was almost 7 years old now. 7 years old. Whenever a child reached this age and stayed in school for a period of time, there would inevitably be some new changes in their body. The words primary school student. In fact, it was a sign that she had already entered another important stage in her life, because at this age, children would no longer be as ignorant as before. Instead, they would learn to think like adults. For example, Nian was now thinking about a very important question. Big Cat, I remember you could become bigger in the past? I was riding on top of you. Why can't you become bigger now? Hurry up and show me. As she spoke, Nian picked up Big Cat with both hands, lifted it in the air, and shook it left and right. In this regard, Big Cat rolled its eyes and pretended not to hear. One had to know that Qin Ruoying hadn't even returned home when the little guy rode the Big Cat. And as she grew older, she had already ordered Big Cat not to change back to its original form. After not seeing Big Cat for 2 or 3 years, the little girl's memory would inevitably be a little different. Therefore, she could not help but wonder if she remembered wrongly. With Big Cat's small body, how could it carry her? Girls develop earlier than boys. In addition, she would be 7 years old next month. So Nian's height had already reached 2 meters. She had to buy an adult ticket to board the plane. But what about Big Cat? This guy was still the same as before, a little bigger than a fart, as if there was no change at all. Chapter 499. April in the Human World. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, willow trees were graceful, clear water conveyed love. Mountain ranges were covered in fragrances everywhere. It was a sunny afternoon, but faint thoughts were flowing slowly in this overflowing spring. Nian hugged Big Cat and sat quietly on a chair. However, her pair of beautiful big eyes looked around from time to time. She only hoped that in the blink of an eye, she would be able to see her father suddenly appear by her side. Perhaps she was already used to she not being at home for a long time. So after the little guy was in a daze in the courtyard for a while, he hugged Big Cat and ran out of the Chuehua gate. Mom, I'm going to find Wan and Mingming to play. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Ruoying to reply, the little guy had already opened the gate. This was her daily schedule outside of school. Either the brothers came to her house to watch cartoons, or she went out to find the brothers to walk around outside. Every time at this time, Changhua and Yiji would follow behind her with a frown, looking at the three little guys running around Ho-Hai. The way of the world now was not the same as before. In the past, no matter the age of the child, as long as they learned to run, they could play with the group. Their parents might come from the same brigade or from the same courtyard. In short, no matter the age, the children would always naturally gather together. A group of people would run over and a group of people would run over. At that time, there were no exquisite toys. Among the children, there would naturally be a child king. Then, under the lead of this child king, a group of people would go up the mountain to catch cicadas today and go into the water to catch fish tomorrow. Once the weather was bad, everyone would hide in the old factory to play hide and seek, play jump rope, and live a happy life. Such a pure childhood. Thinking about it, it was very beautiful. But it was a pity. With the change of time, these forms of entertainment had basically bid farewell to the children's childhood. Instead, there were mobile phones, iPads, cartoons, and all kinds of exquisite toys. The times were progressing, but people's hearts were becoming more and more indifferent. In the past, as long as a child stood outside the door and shouted, even if the child was only 4 or 5 years old, the parents could let him go out to play without worry. What if they tried it now? Wouldn't their parents chase after them with a broom? It was rare to see parents who allowed their children to roam freely in the neighborhood. More and more children were restricted by their parents to a safe range that they could accept, which also led to the children having less and less contact with peers of the same age. There was an essay question called My Little Friends in primary school Chinese. The frequency of this question appearing was second only to The Most Unforgettable Thing and My Parents. Who knew which little friend the children were thinking of when they were writing this essay? Luban number 7 or Arthur? The three little fellows strolled around Ho-Hai. After seeing many people swimming in the water, they stood by the shore and eagerly watched. They had learned how to skate, but they had not learned how to swim yet. Therefore, after seeing so many people frolicking in the lake, the three little fellows were immediately moved. The water quality in Ho-Hai is very good. Swimming in the wild here can be considered a custom of the old Shangjing people. Although the authorities clearly prohibited swimming in Ho-Hai, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the local people. Once the weather warmed up, more and more people would sneak to Ho-Hai to swim. Nian, I heard from the teacher that cats can swim. How about, let's throw Big Cat into the water and see if it can swim. Summer vacation was in 2 months. When school started in the second half of the year, the three of them would officially enter the 2nd grade. As they got older, the brothers came up with more and more bad ideas. One guessed that if she sneaked into the water, Gu Lao would drag her to the yard and beat her repeatedly when she got home. Therefore, she came up with the idea of the Big Cat. The old man strictly forbade them from swimming in the river, but he didn't say that Big Cat was not allowed to swim in the river. Therefore, after hearing Wenwen's suggestion, the little fellow was obviously moved. She had been to the sea, and she had also been to the water. However, the turbulent water was obviously different from the calm lake in front of her. And because she had seen the sea, the moment she heard Wenwen's suggestion, Nian was slightly excited and said to the Big Cat, Big Cat, do you like swimming? Swimming is fun. I'll take you to swim, okay? The Big Cat was lying lazily in her arms and taking a nap. The moment it heard the little fellow say that she was going to take it to swim, its feline instincts made its hair stand on end. Meow. The three children were standing by the lake, and there were steps under the river embankment. According to Nian's idea, after letting the Big Cat swim in the water, they could stand here and take the Big Cat back. Therefore, she didn't even wait for the Big Cat to come back to its senses. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly let go and threw the Big Cat directly into the back of the lake. Meow! This time, the Big Cat was really panicking. As a cat, it was one thing to be able to swim, but it was another thing to be afraid of water. Therefore, the moment it was thrown out by Nian, the Big Cat began to twist its body crazily in the air. It wanted to borrow strength, but it couldn't find any place to do so. It could only watch as it got closer and closer to the deep lake. Meow! With a shriek, its body suddenly expanded by 30% in the air. It was instinctive to be afraid of water. Driven by its instincts, it obviously didn't care about Chun-Shi's constant warnings. Therefore, the moment the big cat was about to fall into the water, its body grew at least 2 to 3 times its original size. But at this moment, a ray of vital energy shot out from nowhere, and then it forced the big cat back into its domestic cat form. Splash! With the sound of falling into the water, the big cat seemed to have suffered a great grievance, and soaked in the water, it meowed miserably. Nian, look! I told you it could swim. Seeing that the big cat didn't sink into the water, the two brothers immediately shouted happily. However, when Nian saw the big cat's pitiful appearance, she suddenly thought of something. So she quickly walked down the steps, then stood on the shore and waved at the big cat. Big cat, come over quickly, the water is cold. As she spoke, Nian reached her hand into the lake. The lake was indeed very cold. Big cat, I'm sorry. The water is so cold. I shouldn't have thrown you into the water. Come, I'll hold you. This way you won't be cold, right? After pulling the big cat out of the lake, Nian began to apologize to the big cat. She completely ignored the big cat's wet body and directly hugged the big cat into her arms, trying to use her body to drive the cold away for the big cat. Seeing this, the two brothers couldn't laugh anymore. At this time, they finally realized that they were in the wrong, so they imitated Nian, surrounded the big cat and apologized with a heart full of guilt. Exploration and practice. This was a process that children had to go through in the process of growing up. Because of the immaturity of the mind, they would always do a lot of unreasonable things unintentionally. At this time, the effect of a parent's blind punishment was far less than the correct guidance. Even if Chun-Shi wasn't by her side today, Nian still quickly realized that she was in the wrong. What did this mean? It meant that she was really starting to grow up and gradually forming her own worldview. You have such a cute and sensible daughter. Mr. Chun, you're so lucky. I'm so envious. Just as the three little guys were running in circles around the big cat, Chun-Shi and Jiang Yan silently appeared not far behind them. In fact, Chun-Shi had come back a long time ago. It was just that he saw that Nian was having fun, so he didn't show up to disturb them. And the reason why Chun-Shi didn't go home immediately was because, of course, it was because of Jiang Yan. After all, if Jiang Yan hadn't arrived in time, Heavenly Venerable Yuhuan might have been served with good food and drinks by the Tuoba family right now. Chapter 500. If Jiang Yan had not arrived in time, Yuhuan Tianzuan and his group would have successfully entered the space jump and reached the Supreme Palace enclosure as quickly as possible. Although Chun-Shi could chase after Yuhuan Tianzuan to the Supreme Palace enclosure after dealing with the Tuoba family's men of sacrifice, but by that time, Tiandu's group might have already broken up into pieces and scattered in the Supreme Palace enclosure. Could it be? Could Chun-Shi plow through the Supreme Palace enclosure and find everyone in Tiandu even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground? Even if Chun-Shi really had the leisure to do so, he did not have so much time to waste in the Supreme Palace enclosure. Therefore, it was obviously the best result to be able to catch the remnants of Tiandu before they scattered. Chun-Shi was very satisfied with this result. The matter of thanking Jiang Yan was naturally within reason. This was a catastrophe that affected the whole world and appeared almost everywhere at the same time. Although the disaster did not last long, it still brought huge losses to mankind, and the American continent suffered the most. This disaster was unanimously named by scientists all over the world Skyfire. It was said to be a supernatural phenomenon caused by a solar storm. As for the specific cause of Skyfire, scientists were still researching and had not yet given a rigorous and reasonable report. Skyfire swept across the world, but Wuxia was the least affected. Only the city of Zyges and a few surrounding villages and towns were attacked by Skyfire. As Europe was too close to Asia, they were the first to receive support from Diyu Island. Africa was poor and Australia was small. These places were sparsely populated and were not the first target of the Tuoba family. Therefore, the American continent, which was far away at the other end of the Pacific Ocean, naturally became the disaster area. Oldme had been through a lot in the past few years. First, there was the threat of the supervolcano, And then there was the trouble of Changhua and Yiji. After a while of peace, Skyfire came again. Perhaps this was retribution. Old Me did not do bad things in Central Asia because of oil, which directly caused the local people to suffer the pain of war. After the Skyfire incident, Old Me could finally have some peace and quiet. Nowadays, the TV stations broadcast the disaster situations all day long. But for the viewers watching the TV, as long as the disaster did not befall them, wouldn't they still be eating and sleeping every day? Disaster relief? That was a matter for the country. At most, the commoners would chat with each other after a meal. Jiang Yan accepted Chun Shi's thanks with a smile. In addition, he also brought a slightly surprising piece of news to Chun Shi. That was, Diyu Island had officially joined the Wu Lian. Because of this, Jiang Yan became one of the Wu Lian tycoons. His status was even higher than Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju. All in all, Jiang Yan was much more sensible than Yuhuan Tianzuan. Ever since Jiang Yan had known Chun Shi, this old guy had been sending gifts and running errands for him. The only thing he hadn't done was to enshrine Chun Shi in the ancestral hall. As the saying goes, the older the wiser. Combining the information collected by the 9 serenities and the bits and pieces of information he heard from Chun Shi, Jiang Yan immediately connected the dots and guessed most of it. Seeing that Chun Shi had even taken care of Tiandu, if he still dared to jump around under Chun Shi's nose, wouldn't he be tired of living? Therefore, Jiang Yan immediately changed the management strategy of the 9 serenities. Since he couldn't beat you, he might as well join you. After all, the 9 serenities was different from Tiandu. Jiang Yan didn't have as much self-esteem as Yuhuan Tianzuan, who didn't want to work with. Since there were benefits to following Chun Shi, why would he waste time blindly thinking about it? In this regard, Chun Shi didn't express any opinions. After all, he didn't own Wu Lian and Jiang Yan wasn't his subordinate. Why should he worry so much? If he had the time, he might as well spend it playing with Nian Yan. The days returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, the little girl was now 7 years old and had officially entered the 2nd grade of primary school. It had to be said that Nian Yan was a child that didn't cause anyone to worry about her. As soon as Chun Shi sent Nian Yan to the classroom, the teacher came to find him alone. Nian Yan's class teacher was surnamed Zhang. She was a woman in her 30s or 40s and looked very kind. Mr. Chan, it's like this. Chun Yan's academic results and her performance in all aspects are extremely outstanding in the entire grade. As her class teacher, I feel like I have an obligation to remind you. I wonder, have you ever considered letting Chun Yan skip a grade? Hearing this, Chun Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Skip a grade? In fact, skipping a grade was actually a very common thing in primary school because the Department of Education also had clear regulations in this regard. According to the Department of Education's regulations, as long as the student's academic performance was particularly outstanding and reached the 1st grade in advance, the student or their parents could apply. After a comprehensive assessment by the school and a written report to the Higher Education Department for approval, the student could skip a grade. After all, everyone's IQ was different. There were always children whose IQ was far higher than their peers. She already knew calculus. Did she have to be locked in the classroom with her peers to calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? Chun Shi had officially begun to teach Nian Yan cultivation. Although he only taught Nian Yan how to gather qi and didn't teach her any techniques after that. However, under the constant scouring of the spirit energy of heaven and earth, Nian Yan's intelligence would inevitably increase by leaps and bounds. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Nian Yan wouldn't be able to play with the 2 brothers anymore. And this was also the fundamental reason why Chun Shi had always been opposed to letting Nian Yan cultivate. It felt like he was giving Nian Yan a catalyst. It inevitably gave him a strange feeling. There was a saying, hope for your son to become a dragon and hope for your daughter to become a phoenix. Was Chun Shi really different from those flirtatious B******s? Did he really have to turn his daughter into a fool? How was that possible? At this point, Chun Shi could only let nature take its course. Now that the homeroom teacher took the initiative to mention this point, it actually meant that Nian Yan really wasn't suitable to continue staying in the 2nd grade. The matter of skipping grades was something that had to be done. However, before this, Chun Shi still had to ask the little girl for her opinion. After all, there were two sides to everything. Grades during the compulsory education period were secondary. Physical and mental health were the most important. Children in the lower grades were not mentally mature. Suddenly changing from a familiar environment to an unfamiliar environment, and surrounded by children who were older than her, naturally took a long time to adapt. Once the child couldn't adapt, the impact could be extremely bad or even irreversible. Therefore, after Chun Shi and teacher Zhang had a detailed discussion, he called the little girl to the office. Nian, tell Daddy, do you want to skip a grade? Chapter 501. Skip a grade? The little girl blinked her eyes, as if she did not understand what Chun Shi meant. Seeing this, Chun Shi patiently explained to her, the teacher said that with your grades you don't need to go to the second grade. You can go directly to the third grade and study with the third grade brothers and sisters. Nian, do you want to go? Hearing this, the little girl smiled proudly. Sure. The students in our class are too stupid. They can't even do such simple questions. I'm much smarter than them. I already know how to do the third grade questions. The little girl's grades were very good. It was inevitable that the teacher would take the initiative to give her special attention, so she had already done the third grade questions before. And this was also the reason why the teacher took the initiative to ask Chun Shi to let Nian skip a grade. To Chun Shi, grades were naturally secondary. A child's physical and mental health was the most important. Therefore, even if the little girl showed an eager look, Chun Shi was still a little worried and reminded her, Nian, you have to think carefully. You're now a student of the second grade class. If you skip a grade, you'll be a student of the second grade class. Look, the second grade class is there. As he said this, Chun Shi led the little girl to the window, then carried her and indicated to her to look at the classroom opposite. That was the second grade class. She did not know any of the classmates in the class. If she chose to skip a grade, then from today onwards she would be a student of this class. For a child, it would be easier for them to understand if there was a real example. Therefore, when the little girl saw the unfamiliar faces in the classroom of the third grade class 2, she immediately hesitated. She would be studying in that classroom in the future? The little girl stared at the classroom opposite. The expression on her little face was very serious. She did not immediately express her opinion. However, Chun Shi saw the hesitation in her, so he immediately turned around and smiled at teacher Zhang. Was there a need to say this? Nian must be scared. Instead of forcing her into an unfamiliar environment, it was better to let her stay in the second grade class. At least it wouldn't bring too much psychological pressure to her. Chun Shi's mind turned, and he suddenly made a decision. Zhang Laosher didn't have any objections to this. After all, she had seen too many situations like this. Basically, every year a few children would face such a choice. There were pros and cons to skipping grades, so she was only responsible for making suggestions. The final decision was still in the hands of the parents. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhang. As you can see, this child doesn't seem to be very willing, so the matter of skipping grades. Chun Shi turned around and thanked Teacher Zhang. But at this moment, the little fellow suddenly interrupted him. Dad, what are the benefits of skipping grades? After saying that, the little guy looked up at Chun Shi, his eyes filled with curiosity. Benefits? There are many of them. Look, you have to study for a full 6 years in primary school. If you skip grades, you will study 1 year less than others. You will enter secondary school and even university earlier, taking 10,000 steps back. If your results aren't good in the future, you can even repeat a year more than others. No matter how you look at it, it's still a win. Of course, with your results, repeating a year is definitely impossible. Dad believes in you. Chun Shi briefly explained the benefits of skipping grades to the little fellow and didn't forget to encourage her at the end. Hearing this, the little fellow put on a thoughtful expression. She already understood the benefits of skipping grades. As for the disadvantages of skipping grades, in fact, Chun Shi didn't need to point it out. The little fellow could clearly feel it herself. Chun Shi never forced the little fellow. So when he saw Nian's hesitation, he immediately made a decision in his heart. However, Chun Shi didn't notice. The little fellow had already learned how to read people's expressions. So even if he didn't express any attitude, The little fellow could keenly sense that her father still hoped that she would choose to skip grades. After all, for any parent, if their child could skip grades, it would be a great thing. Because this showed how outstanding their child was. She felt sorry for the little fellow, just like how the little fellow felt sorry for him. Nian didn't want to disappoint Shi. Therefore, after thinking about it seriously, she said to Shi with a determined face, "Dad, I want to skip grades." This time, it was Shi's turn to be surprised. He thought that Nian didn't understand the pros and cons, so he immediately asked, "Nian, do you really want to skip grades? Aren't you afraid? After skipping grades, you won't be in this class anymore. The students in class 2 of grade 3 are all 1 year older than you. Who knows, they might even gang up to bully you." As soon as this was said, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Teacher Zhang's face. If she didn't want to skip grades, then so be it. Who would scare a child like this? Furthermore, was their school the kind of third-rate school that would tolerate bullying? Teacher Zhang wanted to say something but stopped. Nian immediately replied, "I'm not afraid. Although I'm younger than them, I'm smarter than them. Why should I be afraid? I'm also the class monitor of our class. I want to be the class monitor of grade 3 class 2 in the future. Also, no one in our class dares to bully me. I'll beat up whoever dares to bully me." At this point, Nian clenched her little fist and added proudly, "This is what you taught me, Dad. Did you forget, Dad?" Hearing this, Shi instantly felt awkward. After glancing at Teacher Zhang with some embarrassment, he hurriedly stopped the little fellow's bold words. "Don't talk nonsense. Dad didn't teach you to hit people." "Dad, you clearly said that before." "When did I?" "When? The teacher is right next to us. Don't talk nonsense." I did. Dad is shameless." The father and daughter joked around for a while. When Teacher Zhang saw this, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he went back to his seat and smiled as he handed a form to Shi. "Mr. Chun, this is the child's grade-skipping application form. Please fill it in accordingly. After filling it out, I'll submit it to the school for review. After the school's review is completed and the information is submitted to the Education Bureau, the child's school roll can be changed in about 7 working days. Of course, this is all part of the process. School starts today. If you don't have any other opinions, Nian can directly report to grade 3 class 2 with me." That's it? She took the form from the teacher with some hesitation. After all, he didn't know that the little fellow already had her own ideas. He only thought that the little fellow didn't understand the pros and cons of this and thought that it was a fun thing to do. Regarding this, the little fellow was exceptionally resolute. She wasn't afraid. Furthermore, she would perform better than before. She definitely wouldn't disappoint her father. Thinking about it, if Shi knew the little fellow's true thoughts, he would definitely be moved to tears by this considerate little jacket. "Sorry, I've been sorting out the plot for the past 2 days, so the update is a little slow. Please forgive me."